Opa! Só arrumar as coisas aqui. Deixa eu só botar as paradas nos lugares certos. Pelo menos agora ela não tá te limitando na mensagem.
Let us know, Chip.
Yeah, field reporter Puka letting us know Jesse and Taisei going into game 3. Hayato and Ian Robb also going into game 3.
Sem campo que a Maria já tá dormindo, então tá escuro.
Really
Aí
quick,
nem vou aparecer direito.
Pretty brief. Zach had a much better go of things in this game, though, than he did in game number 1. A pretty strong setup, and all Rahul had on his first turn is read the wind. Almost reminiscent of, you know, the good old Giratina days of Abyss Seeking, right?
Pretty much. Thank you for reminding me of those brilliant days, Chip. Now, Zach did miss that Reggie Dragovistar, did not miss after the second research, and Legacy V-Star finding the Temple of Sinnoh, bringing it back, and then using the axe to take down that Lugia V-Star and head into a quick game 3. So a little bit of poetic justice, right? Zach had that horrible game 1, which could have been extended a little bit, but Rahul's word was looking pretty powerful. Didn't even wait to see if he had the Lugia V-Star, and then Rahul just with a completely mediocre start in game 2, leading us to this very quick game 3. Now, plenty of time to find a winner in this one, right? Almost half an hour. Both of these decks are very aggressive. Both of these decks are very back and forth. Who are you fancying, Chip?
Well, at this point, Rahul is, having lost game number 2, going to get to choose to go first, I would have to imagine. And in this matchup where both of your main attackers are V-Star Pokemon, we are having a bit of a showdown from Silver Tempest here. I have to favor Rahul at least slightly at this point. We are getting some more updates from field reporter Puka out there. Shinosuke Shigokawa is in with Roaring Moon EX, able to defeat Tom Hellenkamp from the US with Iron Thorns. Let's get into it. Game number 3. Not a great start for either of these players. Pheasantipity EX on the side of Rahul Reddy, not the worst. I mean, its attack is actually pretty decent. Can be powered up pretty quickly for Lugia. And Zach Lesage, though, starting that cure.
É melhor que o Lugia começasse em cima, né? Mas é complicado.
Pokémon from the new set, of course. Pheasantipity being a little bit more useful for Rahul than Kyurem in this situation. There is a universe where Kyurem's attack can be copied to take down Minchinos, to take down Arceuses that have been pinged before by Phantom Dive, and very strong start. Ultra Ball away double Arceus is very, very big here.
I mean, that is the hand that every Lugia player dreams of. That is the hand that all of my Lugia opponents have when I play versus them. Ultra Ball away to Archeops, grabbing that Lugia V, and has the Lugia V-Star already in the hand. Now we are over to Zach Lesage with that Ultra Ball. Does discard the Haxorus. We've seen how impactful it can be, but what does Zach have to follow up this Ultra Ball, searching the deck for any Pokemon?
I couldn't tell from his hand what he has going for him. Doesn't seem like much, so I think we might just see a Squawkabilly choice here to just reset the hand, refresh, but you're staring down double Arceus already in the discard pile. You're staring down the Lugia. The Pheasantipity is ready to retreat, Rahul Reddy has pretty much everything he could hope for at this point, and Zach doesn't know it. You mentioned the Lugia V-Star is already there, so it would be really good for Zach if he could find an Iono here.
And that is the Squawk ability being grabbed. Squawk and C is able to discard the hand to draw 6 fresh new cards. We are getting crazy updates from the floor right now. Looks like Jesse Parker was able to defeat Taisei Ito and move to 12-0 at the World Championships. Undefeated after what sounds like a very strong turn 1 prime catcher into Ampu, very much KOing the only Lugia V in play for Taisei.
Unstoppable Jesse Parker with that Ryan deck, as we see the Nespol getting played, Reggie Drago getting established.
Que é dos novos, né? No jogo ele é bonzinho, sim.
Hand, but that Squawk didn't give him any energies, gave him a bunch of Pokemon that are probably not very useful at this point in time. So I think Zach really needs to hope that Rahul, even if he has a Lugia, doesn't have a boss follow-up onto this Reggie Drago V.
And there is the Reggie Drago V being brought down from that nest ball. Zach Lesage looking for some energy cards to be put into play, and I actually don't see any in this hand. Does have Mew EX, is going to need to use this restart ability. Oh no, has 3 cards in hand, but that research in order to discard, draw 7 new ones.
I missed the research in his hand. Now, these 7 cards are going to be powerful. Did lose Night Stretcher, already Haxorus in the discard pile. Did lose a Reggie Drago V-Star, so depending on the prizes, that could affect him a little bit, but so far so good. Probably wants a backup Reggie Drago if he can, just in case there's the boss's orders play, but doesn't seem like he'll be able to accomplish that right here.
One more update from the floor. It does look like James Goring is going into Top Cut with Raging Bolt EX, able to defeat Ryan Harris at our 3rd table, moving to 31 match points with, of course, that Raging Bolt from Australia. And now it will be Zach Lesage passing things over to Rahul Reddy, who immediately is able to evolve Lugia V into Lugia V-Star, has the Jet Energy. But what does he want to do here? You know, when in doubt, just go ahead and flip that V-Star marker, put a couple Archeops in play, and Primal Turbo.
Yeah, I mean, I like powering up this Lugia V-Star with that Mist Energy, with the V-Guard Energy. However, the V-Guard Energy is priced this time around, so you're safe from the Axe, but you're not safe from Giratina V-Star's Lost Impact attack. Now, I like this choice by Rahul, choosing to power up the Lugia before researching his hand away, just to make sure that he minimizes the amount of energy that he will draw, but not overdoing it, right? By not using both Archeops before the research. Now the crowd going wild with that Professor Research, 7 fresh new cards.
Yeah, totally going wild for the research and not for Pokemon Unite happening right behind us.
Not at all, nope.
But with research, 7 fresh cards found for Rahul Reddy and plenty of options off of this. We've yet to see a Chinchino hit the field for Rahul. Is this time to try to maybe establish a Minchino to get that powerful 1 prize attacker in play?
Yeah, knocking out this Kyurem doesn't really do him any favors, although there is a possibility that Rahul could go 1-3 with Iron Hands and then 2 on any of these Pokemon. So could be important, but even more important, having them in Chino potentially down. But that Iron Bundle chip, what's that Iron Bundle gonna do for him?
That Iron Bundle is gonna get Kyurem out of the active spot and force Zach to send up one of these 2 prize Pokemon. Almost certainly just gonna be the Squawk ability, getting KO'd. You know, it's done its job. Unfortunately for Zach, will go down, but that is a huge card inclusion here for Rahul Reddy. That Hyper Blower ability coming in super nice.
And can possibly still establish that Minchino. There we have it, that Ultra Ball. Dream start for Rahul Reddy here. Still needs 1 more energy on the active to be able to attack. Now I wonder if before the Ultra Ball, before you use your Primal Turbo, do you play the Hyper Blower, right, to give a little bit less information to your opponent before they make their decision? Now, even though it's pretty obvious. I agree, it's pretty obvious, but I don't know, like, I think being in the rhythm of doing that every time will make sure that you don't give any extra information at different situations where it could potentially matter.
Yeah, I think that is totally fair to point out, though it is pretty inconsequential.
Meu Deus, olha o tanto de energia que essa porra tem.
Content to take this KO with the Tempest Dive. 2 prizes for Rahul Reddy. Able to find that V-Guard energy. A little bit too late, though. One more update from the floor as Zach Lesage is kicking off his turn. Michael Davidson has defeated Kaiwin Kababe from Australia, so Michael Davidson will be moving in to Top Cut. He has been one of the great young players this season, a first-year master in North America, and has had an excellent season thus far with multiple deep runs at regional championships, so he's looking to cap it off in a mighty way at Worlds.
Mighty way indeed, Chip. What a way to close out the season. 2025 season has already started, but we are going to crown the ultimate champion tomorrow. So, and it could be one of these two players, right?
It absolutely could be, and if Zach Lesage wants it to be him, he's going to need to pick it up here. Starts off with the Teal Dance, draws a card off of that, and also attaches an extra energy into play. Attachment for turn goes into the Regidrago V. Needs to find an energy switch. Wow, he's playing 2 Canceling Cologne?
2 Canceling Cologne. Really wants to get use of that Kyurem against everything now. We do see an Iono instead of the research trying to be a bit more conservative. Did not play the second Canceling Cologne, which I would wonder what he's
I don't think you can.
For. Oh,
right?
You can't play 2 Canceling?
Yeah, because it wouldn't have an effect, right? You can't play a trainer if it's known to have no effect, right? It's already turning off the active's ability. Is that how it works? I would imagine so.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I've definitely never been in a situation where I had the opportunity to play 2 Canceling Colognes. Now, Zach did find the Temple of Sinnoh, so he can bring down the axe. I'm pretty sure that's what prompted him to read the Fezandipity. He's wondering, if I knock out through an effect of an attack, right, which is bring down the axe, will Fezandipity EX activate it? And I believe the answer is yes, because it's any knockout. It doesn't matter whether it's by damage counters, effects of attacks, or damage. Is if your opponent took a knockout during their turn, you get a 3 extra card. You get to potentially use the ability and draw 3 extra cards, because you can even take an your opponent can take a KO with Dust Noir, for example, and you still get to draw the 3 cards, and that wasn't an attack of any sort.
Right, it is during your opponent's last turn. Very crucial wording, and if you've been around the Pokemon TCG a lot, you know that the details are ever important, right? The key wording there being knocked out, not knocked out by damage or anything like that. Zach now able to establish the second Regidrago V. We have not seen the use of the V-Star marker yet. He does need to find an energy switch to pull off the attack here. Looks like just a couple cards in hand. Does have access to Muse restarts. Has that Temple of Sinnoh. We will see that be put into play. 2 cards from the restart. I think Zach would love to save the Legacy Star if he could. Did he find energy switch?
He was not able to. Found a pretty powerful card in Prime Catcher, but I think you likely still just go after this Lugia V-Star. However, perhaps if you Legacy Star and discard the Hawlucha, you could play the Hawlucha, use Flying Entry, put 1 damage counter on the Minccino and the Fezandipity, and then knock out Fezandipity and Minccino, which is the big threat. However, you see the Fezandipity get promoted through the Prime Catcher to the active spot before the Legacy Star has been utilized, and the Fezandipity does have that double turbo, so it could end up being discarded or knocked out by Bring Down the Axe as well.
Yeah, and I think what Zach is thinking through here is he wanted to make sure he could bring back his Prime Catcher, right? That's why he's using Prime Catcher before the use of that Legacy Star V-Star power. Not able to pull off the play he would have maybe liked to otherwise, but it's still going to be pretty solid, and did hit the energy switch.
The Hawlucha was in the discard pile already, so he could have gotten a 3-price turn and eliminated the Minccino, but that does leave a lot of energies in play, which Zach might know that there's a weirder threat at this point.
Yeah, that is definitely true. The Weird Deer could be coming in.
Oh, there was no space on the bench. He benched the Regidrago this turn. Yeah, so there was no space on the bench for the Hawlucha. Never mind.
And it will be the Bring Down the Axe, KOing the Fezandipity EX. That means Rahul will not be able to flip the script, will not be able to draw any extra cards. Fezandipity going down to the discard pile, but plenty of energy cards left into play. Let's see what Rahul Ready does with it. Flips a coin with that Capturing Aroma. It is the Tails. Is it time for Weird Deer V? Potentially no. Luminion V the grab. Luminous Sign able to search the deck for any supporter card and add it to the hand. What is Rahul thinking to go for here?
No Radiant Gardevoir does mean any 2-prizer on the bench is in range of Lugia V-Star, right? Just go down to 2 prizes. That Ursaluna also potentially can take 2 prizes. Rahul could try to just completely bypass the Regidrago and take down any of the Ogre Pawns, or the Mew, or the current Regidrago V. So Rahul has a very clear path, the 2-2-2. It's on Zach to stop that from happening.
One more update from the floor. Ian Robb defeats Hayato Suzuki in order to move to 30 match points. Ian robs Reggie Drago, able to defeat Charizard EX. Ian, of course, a second-place finisher in the Juniors division. Back at Worlds in 2012 in Hawaii, he's looking to make another finals run.
He could generally recreate that photo or go one better with where he's currently at. So pretty cool to see as we see Rahul rushing through his turn. We're going to see the Ursa Luna get powered up. Did grab the Luminion, hasn't grabbed the boss just yet. Just trying to establish enough threats, get those gift energy going, try to make sure that he finds the boss's orders as well next turn.
I think Rahul can sense that he's in a very good position here, and he just wants to play as carefully as possible, make the correct call to ensure that he is the one who can come out on top in this game. And sure enough, Luminion finds boss's orders. Zach gives the thumbs up. I'm sure he doesn't truly mean it. He's not truly happy to see the boss's orders, but it will be Rahul's ability to take 2 more prizes, and it's going to be on to Zach to find a way to stop this.
What can you do at this point, though? I guess bring down the axe does stop gift energy from activating, but there's no more Temple of Sinnoh, so the mist energy is active for Rahul. We do see the boss's orders onto that energy attached. Ogre Pawn just going for a quick 2-2-2. You don't need to go after the Reggie Drago. You don't need to focus on KOing it. And the Cinccino is still threatening. However, it does have a double turbo, so its damage is reduced to the point where it wouldn't be able to knock out Reggie Drago V-Star itself.
I mean, and this board from Rahul is looking near checkmate scenario. Zach Lesage looking at the resources expended, wondering what could he possibly do. Is there a stall angle? You can see it on his face. He's scrambling, he's looking, trying to find any path to victory, and this is what makes good players great players. What makes that separation is he's looking for any possibility, any alternate win condition, and I just don't know if Rahul has left an opening.
We'll see what he can piece together. The Radiant Gardevoir probably less relevant at this point in time. I mean, it does protect Reggie Drago and Ogre Pawn from Lugia, but it doesn't protect them from Ursa Luna or a fully powered up Cinccino.
Yeah, there's just a little too much happening here. Cinccino is still hiding in the prize
it's
cards.
The only copy too.
Yeah, just that 1-1 line coming back to bite Rahul here a little bit maybe, but I mean, I think he's gonna have plenty of options to close this out. We'll see though. I mean, if Zach Lesage can find a way, that would be extremely impressive. He does have Prime Catcher in his hand, one of the most powerful cards in his entire deck. I don't think he can utilize it here at this point to any good effect. I mean, dealing with this active Lugia seems like the best course of action. Does he even really have a good way to do it? Looks like the answer is no, and that means Rahul Reddy gets the win on this win-and-in match to move into top cut at the 2024 World Championships.
Going up to, is it 31 match points or 30?
30 match points.
30 match points, which does seem to be guaranteed asymmetrical cut. There is a combination of results, according to our field reporter, Hal Sukovic, where 29 match points could end up being the threshold. I guess we'll find out, but you can see Rahul ecstatic to win that one.
Yeah, I mean, I know this means a lot to Rahul. He's had tons of top cut runs over the years. He's gotten top 8 and top 4 at internationals, tons of top cuts at regional championships, but has yet to secure himself a major victory. The same is true for Zach Lesage. He came close to a major victory with the OCIC or LAIC run, I believe it was, a few years ago with Blacephalon. Not quite able to do it for this event, and it is Rahul Reddy's move to get into top cut.
You can see the excitement he's celebrating, the crowd there supporting him. Joy to see.
Yeah, it's what it's all about, right? The friends we make along the way. Rahul's definitely got a good support system, lots of friends to cheer for him, and I know it means a lot for him to move on. I mean, still a great run for Zach Lesage.
Yeah.
He should be finishing probably still within the top 32. We'll have to see. I mean, there's a ton of players in day 2, so I guess it may not be guaranteed. I don't want to speak too soon, but regardless, to get to this point, to be on the win and play a great match, you know, Zach should definitely hold his head high.
Yeah, for sure, and it feels like the cards have gone a little bit his way in that first game. We could have been talking about a win for him in game 1. Like, the margins here at the World Championships are so small chip at the highest level in the last round, right? Heading into top card. You have to expect the best from your opponent, and you really need to bring the best from yourself in order to get beyond the Swiss rounds.
And it seems like Rahul brought his best for this event for today. A super unique list of Lugia V-Star. Yeah, I mean, some super cool inclusions. The 1/1 Cinccino, so you still have the option. The Weirdeer, which is a little easier to manage than the Cinccino, right? A little lower damage cap, and it is a 2-prize Pokemon, but it still can come in and clean up a KO on almost anything, provided you have enough energy cards.
All right, now let's take a look at the replay of this third game, which was very back and forth. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, take a look, break it down, all the way back, even to game number 1 here, where Zach Lesage really just needed so little off of this legacy star, it felt like. Found the energy switch, but could not find a basic grass energy. He conceded shortly after, a little bit more of a dig. Didn't find that energy switch after this, and yeah, we went on to game number 2.
Game number 2, it was more of the same, but now on the other side, Zach was able to get a very quick win, despite whiffing the Regidrago V-Star to immediately win the game. Rahul established 1 Archeops, got a knockout, but then Zach was able to find the very crucial Temple of Sinnoh in order to knock out the Lugia V-Star. And then game 3 was a completely different story. Rahul started off incredibly powerful with that Ultra Ball double Archeops, which is every Lugia player's dream.
This turn for Zach was where things kind of, I think, missed out for him in this third and final game. You know, if he had gotten a KO on the Lugia V-Star, maybe as opposed to the Pheasantipede, if he had just found the Temple of Sinnoh, I don't know. It was just a little short of what he needed to do in order to put himself in a winning position in game number 3. Saw the writing on the wall and gave Rahul the win.
Yeah, didn't even try to really go beyond that. You can see the excitement of Rahul pulling that one off.
And speaking of Rahul, I think we're going to get a chance to hear from him. Ross is standing by on the stage with our winner. Take it away, Wasi.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. We're all ready. Who is frankly very happy and should be. Looks like you might be in the top car world. How do you feel?
Ecstatic, surreal. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how I got here. We did it, though.
We did. How you got here? Now, that's a question. Can you tell me your record after round 3 yesterday?
I was 1 and 2, mere minutes away from hitting the beach, catching some sun, catching some rays. Instead, I'm still here, for better or for worse.
Can you tell me your record since round 3 yesterday?
9-0, baby.
Oh, yeah. But how about individual games?
18 and 2 in individual games. Shout out my boy Mustafa.
I mean, that is a run and a half right there. And doing it with Lugia, I mean, people say Lugia isn't consistent. What do you say to that?
Sometimes it isn't, but you know, I'm just figuring it out as we go.
I mean, you're figuring it out quite well. So why Lugia this tournament? You've all heard the rumors, but you bring it to the biggest event of the year. Why Lugia?
So our testing group put a lot of effort into this one, and I want to shout out Isaiah, Vic, and all those guys for putting a ton of effort in. And Victor and Isaiah kind of came up with this hybrid build of like throwing in the Squawk ability, the Raikou, kind of shore up all our matches, be as humanly greedy as possible. The deck's already greedy, so let's just be greedier, because if the deck sets up, it can beat everything. So let's actually try to do that. And we got closer and closer, and nothing was really changing my mind on decks. I didn't feel like I was comfortable enough to play Drago. Like, I thought to myself, what would Tord Reklev bring? And if Tord Reklev or Isaiah Bradner or Azul Garcia Griego brings like Reggie Drago, would I rather be Reggie Drago playing into them? Would I rather be the Lugia? And every single time, I'm not good enough to beat those guys, so I'd rather be Lugia and take my coin flips.
I mean, you seem to be pretty much good enough with Lugia. In that last game, did you start double Archeops even though one was prized as well?
I'm that guy.
Is that kind of a nice analogy for how your day has been going? Has it been those kind of games, or have there been some squeaky seats?
I won a game earlier today without even V-starring a single time, which was ridiculous. But that Raikou guy, that is an MVP guy right there.
Okay, so we've got a 9-0 record since round 3. We've got a win without Archeops somehow. How are you feeling going into top 8? Where's your confidence level right now?
Rock bottom, but we're going to figure it out from there.
Okay, well, I'm going to say I think you've got a great shot in top 8. I will give you that confidence, and hopefully we'll see you as you go through the tournament. Good luck for top 8.
Thank you so much. Let's see what we can do.
And you have it here. Turns out Lugia, very consistent, unbeatable. Casters, back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Ross. Great to hear from our winner, Rahul Reddy. Seems like he's feeling pretty confident. I mean, what a mental comeback for him. Being 1-2 after round 3, already thinking about the sunshine and the beaches here in Hawaii. But he's able to lock in, win 9 sets in a row, 18-2 in his matches, and now he finds himself in top cut at Worlds.
Yeah, generally very impressive, and I wanna like really touch on what he mentioned about being greedy. This Lugia deck list that I have in front of me, like it cuts literally every single corner to the point where it's like a circle at this point. Like there's just it has everything, and it's doing it the greediest way possible, and clearly it worked for him, right?
Yeah, I mean, this list, I think a good way to describe it would just be like options, right? He's got so many options. The Raikovi, the Iron Hands EX, of course, the Chinchino, Weird Ears, the big hitters, the Iron Bundle to be a way to push your opponent around. Yeah, tons of options, and really aggressive as well. 4 bosses orders packing in this list for Rahul.
Yeah, just wants to be hyper aggressive. You get it up, and you just chase down the right things, right? Doesn't need to deal with a Regidrago V-Star. You just take down Ogre Punts. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah, it seems to be just fine. It seems to have worked out thus far. I think we do have just a couple more matches playing out in the field. We've talked about the meta a lot. You know, it's a big deal for all of these tournaments. Let's recap what day 1 of this event looked like and how things translated into day 2. And we've been talking about it all week. And of course, Regidrago V-Star, a quarter of the room. And pretty interesting to note as well when we move from day 1 to day 2. All that changes really is the order of these decks. It is the same 6 most popular decks from day 1 to day 2. Usually we'll see something sneak into the 5th or 6th spot, but that wasn't the case for this World Championships.
Yeah, not quite. It's just like, it's been, I think, a lot of what we expected, right? But also quite a few surprises. And just looking at the results, there's a few decks that I don't think many people will have expected to, despite having a very low presence in day 1 and even in day 2, could potentially squeak into at least the asymmetrical top cut.
It is looking like more than likely there will be 9 players in our top cut. Things are getting sorted out. I think time is called out on the floor. Let's take a look at our day 2 meta and see how things shifted from day 1 to day 2. Regidrago V-Star, of course, increasing in meta share just a little bit. Not an overwhelming or dominant amount, but it is still far and away the most popular deck.
Yeah, I mean, out of 127 players, you have 30 of them playing Regidrago V-Star, 35 to be exact, so it's still quite a good number, but it's to be expected, right? Regidrago is that good. We saw it time and time again on stream. Very few things can really stop it, and even though we just saw it lose to Lugia V-Star, things go a little differently for Zach, and we could have seen a completely different result. And then Lugia V-Star, our second deck right here, has all the potential to accomplish a win at this World Championships, but can it get those arguments in the discard ball? That's the biggest question Lugia is always asking.
And can it avoid the Iron Thorns EX is almost a bigger question here, as there is Fernando Cifuentes in top cut at 10-2 with the Iron Thorns EX. I mean, that is about the biggest surprise, I think. Maybe not the biggest surprise, but, you know, people, I think, expect these decks to show up, but to show up and actually perform, you know, could people have predicted this?
I think it takes a special player as well to make it happen, right? Not only in terms of decision-making, but also perhaps with a little bit of luck on your side with those Crushing Hammer flips, with the timing that your Regidrago opponent ends up finding the Canceling Cologne. If it ends up being a little too late, that could be the difference between winning or losing such a crucial matchup.
And Gardevoir seems to have fallen down quite a bit from its former glory. You know, Gardevoir dominated at NAIC, being 6 out of the 8 top cut spots. What do you attribute this kind of fall off to?
I would say it's a Shrouded Fable effect. Yeah, it's like Regidrago, including Kyurem and Canceling Cologne in their deck list every single time, indirectly affects Gardevoir and helps them in the Charizard matchup, Dragapult matchup, Lost Box matchup, right? And Kyurem also big in the Regidrago mirror match, as we saw earlier today. And then Fezandipity X really nullifying those Ionos. That on-first stamp, even an early on-first stamp, is now less unfair thanks to Fezandipity X. So I generally think Shrouded Fable flipped the script on Gardevoir EX decks.
Seems
I'm
like
proud
that.
of that one.
Oh. Well done, well done. Round
Thank
of
you, thank
applause.
you.
Verdade.
Yes, flipping the script indeed.
Deixa eu ver
Present
como,
Going to be one of
quanto
the
que
more
tá indo o
represented cards
balãozinho
in
no
our
deck
top
do
cut, I
Garden
have to
Var.
imagine. I mean, it's looking like we've got Miraidons, Regidragos, we've got Raging Volt EXs, even Lugia's
Yeah,
playing the
yeah.
card. I mean, Presentipity, a heck of a card, and if you're
É,
ready to start
balão
playing
só.
competitive Pokemon, you gotta make sure you're picking that card up.
Os caras estão
I
jogando de um
wholeheartedly
balãozinho só.
agree, and once again, I can't.
É só pra ser bem situacional.
I think back on my preparation for
Tá
this
certo
tournament,
minha lista.
and I can't believe I had to convince people that Presentipity
I know.
was worth it.
Yeah, I mean,
Uma
it's always,
marretinha.
people are just generally hesitant to change,
Diferença
right?
minha que eu
And
tô
that could
jogando
have
de
been an
2
issue for some
Munkidori.
people at that spot. But I mean, now it's proven, right? Now the change should
100%.
be easy. I mean, it's proven how impactful that card could be. We've seen it in such high-level games on stream this weekend. I mean, we have seen some absolutely incredible matches thus far, even just today, let alone what we had yesterday. And I'm so excited to see what we have in store for our top cut coming up soon.
Oh, I'm really eager to see. The first question is, are we going to have
É,
an
o que
asymmetrical
acontece em
structure, or are we going to have a
90% dos
teamwork?
casos
We
comigo.
haven't figured that out
Só por
yet.
isso eu
Still need to
cogitei
put the
segundo
last
Munkidori, porque
hopefully,
sempre esse
but
filho da
then
puta
comes,
acaba no prize.
well, who's gonna make it all the way to become the world champion?
Only time will tell, Pablo.
Only time will tell.
Top cut is coming up shortly. We're going to take a quick little break as these final matches resolve. And when we return, we'll be ready with that very first top cut match. Don't go anywhere. We will return shortly.
Honestly,
Okay.
man, seriously, best of luck. Yeah.
Best luck. Best luck.
Raikou. The dice are flying. Dice are flying. Energy in the air. It's electric. Crack goes wild. Old school gold ultra ball buff with the double Archeops. Bang bang. You know how it do. Yeah, exactly. Here's sauce, Zach. Chef massage. That's all for us, you know. They're screaming for
They're
us.
like, wow, he missed the boss.
Wow, no boss's orders. That's
The whole crowd cheers.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals.
Essa época do Greninja aí eu joguei. Foi 10 anos atrás, basicamente. Essa época dos Mega aí eu joguei. Não competitivamente, óbvio, né? Mas eu joguei um pouquinho. Como que tá? Tranquilo, Luz? Só acompanhando o Mundial aqui.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Autono EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw return to Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Autono EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary X remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokémon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokémon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Welcome, trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay Burton, and the one and only Tord Recklef. And today we're going to get to know Tord in other ways that you might not get to see normally on the stream. So Tord, how long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG?
So I've been playing tournaments since I was 11, but I actually was taught the game by my mom when I was 6 years old. So it's been quite some years now.
Wow, how did your mom get into the Pokemon TCG actually? How long has she been playing it for?
So she was just buying the cards, right? As, you know, these fun little toys when I was a kid. But she figured that, you know what, might as well figure out how to play the game as well. You know, they're not only collectibles, it's actually a card game here. So she taught herself how to play the game, you know, looked up the rules, and then she taught me them after.
Wow, shout outs to Mummy Recklef there. One of the best things you can do is teach Tord how to play Pokemon. So you said you've been playing since you were 11. What would you say has been your favorite deck that you've ever created?
So I think I take a lot of pride in the Soraco Lizardpod deck I built for UIC in 2018, I believe. That was a really cool deck. Sorak GX was relatively unrepresented at the time. It was just released. So I spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to play the card as best as possible. And then eventually ended up with this Sorak GX Colisipod deck that had a very different engine than before, like had a lot of emphasis on the Sorak GX tradability and just drawing cards. So probably have to go with that one because it was just so unique compared to how all the other decks were built at the time.
Yeah, I remember that deck very well, and I lost to that deck at that event, and it was truly poetry in motion watching it play. So if Zoroark was your favorite deck you've ever built, what's your favorite Pokemon though?
Favorite Pokemon is not Zoroark, but it's Celebi. It's kind of my little green lucky mascot, I think.
Have you ever managed to play Celebi in a deck at an event?
I have actually.
Yeah, Elias,
Okay, talk to us about that.
So I played, it was not too long ago, it was like 2 seasons ago now. I managed to play the amazing rare Celebi in my Urshifu Intellion deck. It had a very niche job because it could hit a couple dark Pokemon for weakness that were like normally relatively difficult for Urshifu to overcome. So it was like this Hoopa V especially that had an ability to turn it into a psychic type as well as a dark type, but it still had the grass weakness, so I could one-shot it with my amazing rare Celebi. And yeah, it came in really clutch, winning an event in Milan actually, so that was really cool.
Now, that must be amazing, winning an event and having your favorite Pokemon be an integral part of that as well. I guess my last question for you now, Tord, is that, you know, you've accomplished almost everything you can in the Pokemon TCG, but yet you still continue to go to events and play all the time. What keeps you motivated?
I mean, I think it's just the love of the game. I still have a lot of fun just on the individual event themselves, and also like each and every game I play, I have a lot of fun with. So when I'm not, you know, playing Pokemon testing for events, I play Pokemon for fun. I'm just playing all formats, right? So like I just really enjoy the game, you know, all the way through.
There we go. Absolutely love to hear that. And I think that's a fantastic message for you back at home as well. Make sure you love the game, enjoy the game, and good things will happen. But unfortunately now, that is my time with Tord. So we are going to get back to the action real soon.
I'm Anna, and I'm here with Pokédexter. What has Worlds been like so far, Pokédexter?
It's been amazing. The last Worlds I actually attended was a good length of time ago, 2011, so it's really cool to be back here again after all this time.
And what brings you here? Why do you like Pokemon?
Well, I was asked here to come as a content creator with the event, and sorry, can we say that one again?
We can start over, yeah. We ready to roll again? All right. Hi there, I'm Anna, and I'm here with Pokédexter. Pokédexter, we're here at Worlds. What has it been like so far?
So far, it's been really cool. The last time I was at Worlds was 2011, so here we are. It's really great after all this time to make my return to Worlds. Yeah.
Wow, that's a long time. Has it changed a lot since then?
Oh my goodness, yes, it's changed so much. When I went, it was in a little convention room, and now look where we are today. Absolutely incredible to see how the game has grown.
If somebody doesn't know much about what you do as a content creator, what type of content do you make?
So the content I make are short-form video essays about the Pokemon TCG, particularly the vintage stuff, but also modern stuff. And I do it mostly on Instagram and TikTok at It's Pokédexter.
So will we mostly find you watching the TCG matches?
Oh, 100%, yeah. I'll be there front row center, rooting my friend Ben Knackman on. He's from my local league, and he's a competitor today.
Tell me a little bit about what got you into Pokemon. I know you have kind of a special story.
Yeah, so my origin stories, my lore with Pokemon starts way back in the day, like 98, when it first came to America. And my story with Pokemon, I was born with this condition called cystic fibrosis, and I wasn't supposed to live really much past about the age of 13. And that's around about when Pokemon came out, and it was how me and my dad bonded, was we were collecting the cards, and we set out on this mission to catch them all. So we ended up completing every master set from like 98 to 2002. And I often say, you know, Pokemon really gave me the spirit to carry on, and that's so important when you're battling a medical condition.
Absolutely. Now, you were talking about playing with your dad and how motivating that was. I know that being at a Pokemon event is sometimes really special because of all the community and people that you get to be with. If somebody's never been to a Pokemon event live before, can you tell us what's special about it?
I think the most special part about being here is 100% the community, and even the biggest content creators or the most well-known people here, such sweethearts, no ego. We're just all here because we love one thing, and that's Pokemon.
And I know a lot of people also are like, I would love to create content about Pokemon. I would love to do something like what you're doing. What advice would you have for them?
Start today. Just get your foot in the door, start on Instagram, get your feet warmed up with doing short form, and if you want to do long form, graduate to YouTube. But just start. The equipment doesn't matter, but do think about a niche. What can you do that's different from everyone else, and maybe that might be your ticket.
Such good advice. Thank you so much, Pokedexter. And now, let's head back to the Pokemon World
Boa
Championship.
visão. Mas é isso mesmo. Parada é sair mesmo.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 Pokemon World Championships here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii. I am Kyle Pukasukovic. We got a bit of time before we start our top cut. Usually we say top 8, but I believe we got a top 9 this time. So an interesting tournament here to come. I'm being joined here by Chip, Shay, and Ross. Chip, how you feeling after these Swiss rounds are over?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. We just got to see a great final match there. Rahul versus Zach Lesage.
Commentated by Ross.
Yes. Well,
not even.
Not
I'm
quite.
all
I'm all thrown off. I'm the one throwing everyone off here. But yeah, no, it was a great match. You know, Rahul able to lock it up with the Lugia. And yeah, really interesting breakdown here. Top 9. It's the same thing we had at the London World Championships back in 2022. We had 9 players with that asymmetrical cut. I think, you know, it seems like pretty much everyone is on board with asymmetrical cut. It seems like most players are a fan.
Yeah, and lots of tension in the final moments there. There was a question of, would 30 points be the cutoff? Would be 29. Tord Reklev did win his last round to get to 29, but it's not enough. 30 was the cutoff. Shay, how you feeling after that last round?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic, you know. I'm just so excited to be marching towards that top cut now, because that's where, you know, all the massive prizing starts, you know, all the glory. You know, I'm a bit of an attention geezer, me, so if I was in that top cut, I'd be thinking only a couple more wins here, and then you get yourself the title of world champion. So quite honestly, I just can't wait to get that started.
Absolutely. And Ross, I think you've mentioned once or twice how you predicted Miraidon to do well this weekend. I don't know if have you said that at all this weekend? There is one at 12-0. Did you know that?
I was going to ask Shay. I've been asking Shay all weekend. Like, I started off how many undefeated are left, and now I've just gone to a yes or no. So Shay, yes or no? There's a Miraidon at 12-0.
There certainly is, and I've heard about it so many times as well.
I love that there's a Miraidon at 12-0. Like, genuinely, I was speaking to, like, you know, my friend Antoine, for instance, who was telling me about Miraidon being a play for Worlds, and it was a deck that wasn't really on my radar. And then I kind of started thinking about it and looking at the, you know, Academy at Night card, helping you hit your electric generator. And the more I thought about the deck, I'm more like, you know what? This might actually be a real thing. And, you know, there is only one in the top 9, but it did go 12-0, so...
Speaking of that, we do have a bit of a profile for our 12-0 undefeated player, and that is Jesse. Undefeated with Miraidon EX, and I gotta tell you, I was out there, he completely obliterated his opponent in that last one. He won the game on turn 2. He took all 6 prize cards on turn 2. Turn 1, Ampy very much. Turn 2, Ampy very much. Knocked out 2 Lugia V. That was it. His opponent was devastated, understandably so. But this guy is on the run of a lifetime, right? It feels like every electric generator he plays, it hits 2 lightning energy. Can he be stopped?
Yeah, I'm honestly super happy for Jesse. He's not the most well-known of players from the U.S. You know, he wasn't a Tier 1 or Tier 2 invitee. But, I mean, he had a great run to start the season with Miraidon, right? Had the finalist finish in Pittsburgh, top 8 in Peoria. And he is really just genuinely a good dude. So I'm really excited for him. So happy to see him have an insane run, 12-0. And we'll see if he can keep that momentum rolling forward into his top cut matches.
Absolutely. Yeah, got to interview him yesterday. He just seemed kind of happy to be here. And he's on a roll. What else can you ask for? And yeah, it certainly feels like this is Jesse's tournament to win at this point, right? Shay, what do you think?
Yeah, I think like you said there, Chip, you know, not having the fancy invite, having to start there without the round 1 bye, and just said, you know what? What's the bye? I'm just going to keep winning anyway. And I think that's just such a fantastic testament to him and his ability and his skill and his deck choice. And it just seems to be that it seems to be Jesse's tournament right now. 12-0 and won that last one in 2 turns. That's a ridiculous stat.
Ross, I'm guessing you're not going to waver from your pick at this point.
I will not be wavering from my pick. However, I need to give a shout out to her already, right? Starting 1 and 2. Basically thinking, well, we've all done it. We've all started those tournaments and you've gone, I picked the wrong deck, things aren't working for me, this is not going well. And then 9 wins on the trot. I think it's something like an 18-2 record in individual games since round 3. Going in, like, I mean, I would say no one's on a better run than that. Jesse is on a better run than that, but still, got to be going into Top Cut thinking like, look, I've won 9 on the bounce now. Let's just keep this rolling. Rahul is a player I'm watching going into Top Cut.
It seems like Jesse definitely has the most momentum, but Rahul's probably pretty close behind. I mean, he was thinking about the beach at 1 and 2, right? He was ready to go out swimming, maybe check out the sights to see, but yeah, he ends up fighting back.
Yeah, we have heard some world champion stories like that in the past. I remember all the way back in 2009, Steve Silvestro, the Beedrill player, he started off 0-2 in that tournament, and his third round came down to a coin flip on whether his Weedle could paralyze his opponent's Pokemon. If he flips tails, he loses, he never becomes world champion. He flips heads, he buys 1 turn, he wins every round from there, and he becomes world champion. Sometimes those are the very, very thin margins that are the difference between you getting eliminated and potentially becoming world champion. So, hey, Rahul might have seen down and out at the beginning, but hey, all it takes is a good run, some things to go your way. Anything can happen. But back to Jesse, you know, every time I'm out there watching him, whenever he does something, I feel like his opponents are always just like exasperated, rolling their eyes. Of course, this guy had it again. It was every single turn, you know. Ryan Harris played against him in round 11, started with Iron Thorns EX going first. He's like, all right, there's no way Jesse's going to do anything this turn. And then by the end of the turn, his Pokemon was knocked out. Everything's just going right so far.
I don't know if there's anything more dangerous in the Pokemon TCG than a Miraidon player that always has it.
And a guy that's genuinely like carefree and just happy to be here. No pressure. All right, another player we have locked up pretty early in our top cut is Isaiah Bradner. So Isaiah has had some top finishes in the last couple seasons. I remember back to London Worlds 2022, had a win and in for top cut in that final Swiss round and had a devastating defeat. And, you know, he's had a couple close calls at internationals as well. Of course, lost to Azul, and then he lost to Tord as well. So just can't seem to break through that barrier and get the huge win. You see finalist, 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 finalist. Is this the time for Isaiah to get champion on his resume?
It definitely could be, and I promise you, there is everyone in this top cut wants it, but I promise you, no one wants it more than Isaiah Bradner. Wanting it is not enough, though. We'll have to see if he can, you know, keep his head down, keep himself level, play really well, and put himself in a position to get to the finals, step 1, and then close it out.
Yeah, dangerous player for sure, and has come up with some very creative lines of play throughout the tournament. I think there's been a lot of situations where a lot of players may have conceded or not figured out a way to win the game, but we've seen Isaiah time and time again figure out creative ways to win. He's been using that Kyurem in this deck in creative ways to get multi-prize turns, shut off his opponent's ability to use things like Pheasantipity EX by delaying taking a knockout and then taking all the prize cards later. Just a smart player. Jay, what do you think? How far can Isaiah go this time?
Realistically, he could go all the way. I don't think anyone would be surprised to see him make the final and win. I know he puts an inordinate, a massive amount of time into the game. We even saw with Rahul's interview there, he basically said, well, what would Isaiah bring to Worlds? I'm not better than him, so how about I play a deck that would put myself in a position to beat Reggie Drago? And if that's coming from a player like Rahul, who currently finds himself in this top 9, imagine, and he looks up to Isaiah like that, that just has to be a testament to him and that testing group as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely puts in the work. Ross, I know you're not going to say anything but Miraidon's going to win, but what do you think about Isaiah's chances kind of going through this top cut bracket?
I think one of the issues Isaiah's got is I think, and I've not double checked yet, but I think every other deck in top cut is a single, except for Regidrago. And is there 4 of them in top 9, I want to say?
It's quite a few.
It's 3 or 4 in top 9. And that's a little bit of an issue because you're going to then have to navigate a bunch of mirror matches. And on the one hand, you don't bring Regidrago to Worlds if you can't win the mirror. The problem is, you've got 3 or 4 people in Top Cut, all of whom feel very comfortable in the mirror. And that, I think, means that the margins get a lot thinner. Rahul gets to go up against these Regidrago decks and go, look, if I get my Lugia, if I get my Archeops, I'm going to beat Regidrago. Whereas, you know, Jesse gets to go, well, if I play against Lugia, I basically win. Whereas these Regidrago decks, it is going to be much more of a slog through that top cut bracket. They're probably going to have 1, maybe 2 mirror matches. It feels like Regidrago has a harder route through, no matter where you go, whereas Rahul could have some good or bad matchups, and Jesse could have some better matchups. Regidrago, I think it gets a lot tighter, And I think Isaiah is a phenomenal player, absolutely good enough to win Worlds. But so are the other Regidrago players we've got, and that's my issue when I'm trying to predict which of these phenomenal Regidrago players are going to win Worlds. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point. I will say Isaiah has been winning a lot of those mirror matches throughout the course of the weekend. We saw him use that clever Kirim play in the mirror match. He actually just eliminated Miloslav in the final round of Swiss in a Regidrago mirror match. So he seems to be very well versed in the mirror match, and you know, you have to expect, everybody was kind of predicting this would be a big deck at the World Championships, even though it wasn't prior to Shrouded Fable. It was kind of a fringe deck. I think most people knew, okay, we're going to see this a bit more at Worlds. I don't know if anybody expected it to be the top played deck at the World Championships. There was some question there, and I don't know, how much were people actually practicing the mirror match? Were they trying to, you know, tech their decks out for other matchups? So Isaiah may have put in the work figuring out the mirror match, could find himself at an advantage. You know, you talk about matchups, Ross. You know, Rahul's got some good and some bad ones. One very bad one that I'm sure he's trying to avoid is that Iron Thorns EX deck. And you know, early on in the tournament, as we were going in, you know, round 5, 6, 7, we were looking and seeing, oh boy, there's a lot of Iron Thorns at 6-0, 7-0. There was, of course, one at 8-0, who is now in the top cut, but it's the only one left, and it does kind of feel like matchup roulette a bit, right? You get your good matchups, you get your bad matchups, and you're just kind of crossing your fingers. Chip, what do you think Fernando is hoping to hit in top cut, besides the obvious one of Rahul's Lugia deck?
Yeah. Rahul has got to be up there at the top of the list for what Fernando wants to play against. And I don't know. I mean, I have to feel like he feels solid in the Regidrago matchup, but at the same time, our Regidrago players have gotten to this point because they know what's up. They know what's going on. Maybe you can sneak a win early on in the day. Someone hasn't had a chance to really practice against Iron Thorns, hasn't respected it in their testing. Everyone who's at this point has respected it, and then they've also had the time to kind of think about, okay, this is a real threat this tournament. I need to formulate a game plan. So that might be why we saw Fernando go from an 8-0 start to an 8-2 start, right? Falling off a couple rounds quickly. I know for sure one thing he wants to avoid, that Maridon EX.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see Jesse again. Okay, it looks like we have another player profile lined up. This time it's going to be Ian Robb, who I feel like flies a bit under the radar given how incredible his accomplishments have been over the last 5 or so years. This is an NAIC finalist, a many-time regional champion, and something we've highlighted a couple times, was a finalist back in 2012 in a younger age division. Posted that cute picture of himself holding the trophy, him on the stage. I mean, this could be a storybook ending for Ian Robb if he makes it back to the finals in Hawaii. What do you think, Shay?
Yeah, it really wouldn't get, you know, much more poetic than that, right? He did, you know, post a picture of himself, as you said, in Hawaii, where he was unfortunately the second place. Imagine now, fast forward all those years, and he manages to take it all home. Good friend of mine, we chat quite a lot, and worth noting, those regionals that he won, that Indianapolis, that was a huge regional at the time, so he is no stranger to the top stages there, and, you know, made the NAIC final there in 2023. So yeah, I know he puts a crazy amount of time into the game as well. This could be his moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see it if he took it all home.
And you know who he beat in that Indianapolis Regionals Finals? It was Isaiah Bradner.
Oh yeah, so it was.
And Isaiah's got a lot of people he needs revenge on. Ross, what do you think about Ian here? I mean, he's got incredible accomplishments. I feel like he doesn't come up when you're talking about the best of the best players, but should he be in that conversation?
Oh, he absolutely should be in that conversation. I think the real, you know, the people like us who are obsessed with the Pokemon TCG, who are following all of the results at every event, we know how good Ian Robb is. We see the name come up again and again. We see those accomplishments. But when you get to the people who are, you know, fans of the Pokemon TCG, but not quite to our obsessive level, you hear about Isaiah Bradner, you hear about Tor, the same, you know, Rahul Reddy, for instance. These names come up, and you're right, Ian Robb does not come up to that same level, and I think this is the opportunity for Ian Robb to be like, I should be being mentioned in the same breath. And I gotta say, this will mean more. Like, if you get second in Hawaii, you come back to Hawaii 12 years later. Make no mistake about it. This matters to players. Being able to get that achievement on the same stage they did it last time, but going one step better, this is something players absolutely think about.
Yeah, any ideas? Why do we think that is? Why he doesn't sort of get that, like you said, like that Bradner or that Tord Recklef sort of recollection from the community? Because you're right, the results speak for themselves. You know, we're a regional, two-time regional champion, an IC finalist at the biggest IC of the year at the time as well. I'm not 100% sure why he doesn't get that recognition, but I think, you know, with the world's top 8 guaranteed, at least we're going to start progressing through. Maybe this could be the time where he puts his name on the game and says, right, I'm here now, I'm one of the best. And yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's absolutely in that class of, you know, top 1% of players. He's a 5-time regional champion. And actually a fun fact about his, you know, history in the Pokemon TCG as well. I mean, he's been playing, you know, we've talked about it since he was a kid. He was a juniors division player back when he got 2nd place at Worlds. But ever since he's been a master, every single year that he's been in the Masters division, he's won a major tournament. He won Collinsville Regionals his very first year as a master. You know, and proceeded to win a regionals every single year he was a master, except for this one. He did not win a regional major this year, but there is one tournament left of the season. This event, the World Championships.
This could be it. And, you know, I got to watch his last match out there. He was hyper-focused. He was not, it seemed like he wasn't rattled at all. He won the first game very easily. The second game, his opponent actually had a crazy play to come back and kind of steal the game. Did like a counter catcher on a Regidrago V that had no energy, Iono, and actually attacked with Fezandipity EX to knock out a benched Pokemon. And Ian, you know, he wasn't like shook anything. He looked at his cards. He played a card to search his deck, and he went, okay, next game. It didn't even catch him off guard. I think a lot of players in that position would have been like, I can't believe I blew that game. I can't believe I lost to Fezandipity EX attacking me. But Ian just said, all right, game 3, I'll go first. So that kind of experience, that cool demeanor, I think can help him a lot advance through that tournament. And, you know, Ross, as we get deeper into these tournaments, the pressure starts to build up, right? It's one thing to make it to the top cut of the World Championships, but this is where you really start to feel it. You start to get in your head, oh, I only need to win maybe 3 matches to become world champion. And that's where some of these experienced players are able to kind of put those emotions aside. What do you think these players are going to have to do as they head into probably the most important matches of their lives?
I do think some players are going to have an advantage. I think the players who have been here before, who have won these huge tournaments, you know, you've seen how calm Tord is when he plays, because, you know, when you've won 5 internationals and made top 4 of Worlds twice, it's kind of silly to have those nerves. It's like when we start casting your first event, you're very nervous. By the time you've done a couple of Worlds, you just kind of go up to the desk and you're like, all right, let's get going. And we've seen, you know, we've had a couple of player profiles. We've got players here like Ian Robb, won a major tournament every year, had this Worlds finalist as a kid. There's no way Ian Robb is going to be going into this top 8 going like, oh man, I'm so nervous, you know what, I could get, it's not going to happen. There are other players here who don't have that history where they are going to have to kind of find a way to center themselves, and the answer is different for everybody. We all find those ways to kind of calm ourselves down and center ourselves, and it's going to be important because make no mistake about it, top cut of Worlds, that's a very stressful situation under which to play.
I mean, tens of thousands of dollars of real life money on the line here. I mean, it's crazy. $50,000 up top for first place.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this is the thing you dream of, right? You play the whole season to qualify for this event. Nobody's coming here thinking,
nenhum deles, só são comentaristas.
I want to make it to top 8 of Worlds and then lose. Everybody wants to win and become world champion. So this is where, you know, the stress really builds up. I don't know. Shay, when you're in those kinds of situations, how do you kind of center yourself and not psych yourself out?
Just got to take it one game at a time. But I know players like Ian Robb, for example, chat to him a lot. I mean, he made the NAIC final. I think game 1 didn't go his way. It looked like you just mentioned there, did not phase him at all. Yeah, emotionless. He was just like, okay, shuffle them up and let's run it all back. And I think, you know, like Ross alluded to, players that have been in those sort of scenarios before will be able to just call on those past experiences and just take it one step at a time. So I think, you know, you've been able to compose yourself, take a deep breath in, and just be like, yeah. Okay, you know, a couple more games. But like you said, Chip, that money, though, it might be hard for some players to, you know, think this could be like a £10,000 game, a $20,000
Pokémon tem
game.
muito
It could get
produto
out of hand a
promocional,
little bit. I think you have
bicho.
to
Tem
just put it to the
pelúcia,
side,
tem
though,
os
and just
caralho,
keep repeating what you've been doing over and over and over again to make it this far and just trust that the cards will fall your way.
Yeah, all right. Next up, we've already talked about him a little bit. It is Rahul Reddy, and I think a bit of an interesting case for Rahul. A very experienced player, but very notably has not won the big one. Lots of top 8 finishes, lots of very deep finishes in events. I think a very well-known player, but has not been able to crack in for that big win. And in fact, this is his first time, I believe, in top 8 or top cut of the World Championships. He's had a few top 32 finishes, I think maybe a top 16 finish somewhere. But this is really the first time he's made it into that top cut. Chip, what do you think is going through Rahul's head? You know, in the interview, he said his maybe confidence wasn't super high, but maybe he's playing kind of loose. How do you think his mental is here?
I think loose is a good way to describe it. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely just happy to have gotten to this point. Not satisfied just yet, you know. He's someone who's able to lock in when the moment is right, but he's also someone who's able to absorb the pressure of the situation. And, you know, he's a pretty good, high-spirited fellow. I think he'll be able to take whatever happens in stride. And, you know, if the coin flips go his way, he gets the heads on capturing Aroma when he needs it, the tails on capturing Aroma when he needs it, maybe the crucial Mesagoza that gets him that second Archeops in the discard pile. It could definitely be his tournament to take down.
Yeah, maybe some extra motivation as well. Now is finally my time to get the big one. But of course, his good friend Isaiah Bradner in there as well. I wonder if they'll run into each other at some point. Shay, you know, Rahul's kind of the wild card, I think, with this Lugia deck. What is he going to have to do to win?
Well, just keep playing how he's been doing, right? He's on this amazing streak so far, so clearly Lugia has been shining down upon him. Obviously has to dodge, you know, the harder matchups in the field, you know, the Miraidon and the Iron Fawn. But I think he's actually in a fantastic position. If he can just hit these Regidrago over and over and over again and the cards fall his way, he has, I think, the easiest route if he can hit those. And clearly, I mean, I think in that interview he might be, you know, trying to throw us off guard there, saying his confidence is low. Because I chatted to him on the way here. As I was walking to the stage, I was chatting to him, and he was pumped. So I think his confidence should be sky high, and I think he's definitely one to watch.
Definitely. Ross, you just got to speak with him. How do you think his confidence level actually is heading into this top cut?
I think it's a lot higher than he's making out. He's got a group of friends with him, so when we were right before the interview, they were kind of waving and cheering at him. You might have heard the cheer going up kind of during the interview. And, you know, he's got a good group here with him. I actually ran into him. I was rushing to try and swim with some turtles. Got there in time, swam with turtles. Very lovely. And you know, I was chatting to him and a couple of his friends about card games and all sorts. And he seemed loose. He seemed relaxed. He came in here. He's gone on a big run. But I think what you say, Shay, is absolutely correct. I think matchup is maybe bigger for Rahul than anybody else in the top cut. Because if you see that Iron Fawns, that's a bad matchup. You see Miraidon, that's a bad matchup. You see almost anything else, and you're like, you know what? If I get double Archeops early, I'm probably winning this. You've got 2 horrendous matchups. You dodge them, and I mean, Rahul can either have the easiest or hardest route to the final. I've not seen the bracket. I'm in here, frankly. But, you know, if the bracket lines up Iron Fawns and Miraidon, it's probably not happening. But if it's Regidrago, Charizard, Regidrago, well, I mean, if I was Rahul, I would like that as a top 8 run at the World Championships.
Yeah, and that is where matchups can definitely play a factor. Sometimes the bracket determines the winner at these events. It can just come down to that. All right, another player we can highlight here is Raz Wolp. This was the most intense match out on the floor by a pretty significant margin. These Raz and his opponent, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, they went to time. They went to extra turns, and it wasn't clear if there was going to be a winner in the match, but Raz did get the win and forced this top 9 cut. You know, if that would have been a tie, it would have been top 8. But here he is, another Regidrago V-Star player. Got some good accomplishments to his name, some regional top 8s, regional finalist, OCIC top 8. Chip, what do you think about Raz's chances here?
Yeah, I mean, Raz is someone who's got some solid experience behind him. You know, out in most recent years, though, he hasn't been able to break past the top 8, hasn't been able to get to, you know, the top 4 and into the finals. He has that finals finish all the way back in 2018, but does this World Championships have a chance to push him forward. You know, does he have something in his Regidrago deck list that can set him apart from the other Regidragos in the field? I know these fellows here in Europe get to see plenty of Raz. You know, he competes on their circuit quite a bit, so you know, they maybe are more familiar in kind of his game. But I've seen him play, especially at OCIC in that top 8. I remember watching those games play out. He was playing the broken Lugia deck at the time. I think played against a mirror, if I'm remembering correctly. Reagan, Retzlav,
não tem nada pra
potentially
falar, né?
making the finals of that event.
Yeah. Shay, can you shed any more light on our player here? Have you had a chance to watch him play?
Yeah, I'm actually good friends with Raz. We chat quite a lot. Think about the game on the next level, to be honest with you. Like, some of the stuff he comes out with, I think I am operating clearly on a level below how he is, my friend. But he is really well. I think he's got a top 16 Worlds finish as well. No stranger to the biggest of stages. You know, he's one of those names where if you hear him knocking about, you think, okay, if I have to sit down and I see the match clip and I got Raz, I think, oh, goodness gracious me, this is gonna be tough. And actually, when I was walking around the stage here with Rahul, Raz was there as well, and Raz was electric. He was bouncing up and down with excitement. So I know this means a lot to him, and I know he's gonna do everything he can to just keep on winning. This could be his time.
Are there any of these players you don't chat with constantly? Every time you said, I've been chatting with this guy all the time.
What can I say? I'm a bit of a social butterfly in me, you know what I mean? I'm here, there, and I'm everywhere to make sure I can tell everyone stories, right? That's what the World Championship is all about, telling these stories. No matter what's going to happen, history will be made. And I just want to make sure I can tell these people's stories as in the best way I can.
Já tá pronto, Gus. Já tem livro do jogador e tudo rodando aí já. Só não tem o material digital porque a Wizards tá meio chato, né? Aí é meio difícil chegar nesse material, mas já lançou. O D&D novo, né? O D&D One, que fala, né? Que resetou. Não é 5.0, é só D&D de novo. Já lançou. Tem umas frescurinhas novas que eu fiquei sabendo já. Não, já saiu o sistema. Já saiu, já é oficial.
This is going to be a tie, and I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to get into top cut, and you're like, I'm so close. And then you get in your head,
mas sei lá.
You don't just think I'm not going to make worlds.
Pelo visto, eles vão continuar com as frescuras do 5E. Já não gostei muito do 5E em si.
By like 1 or 2 turns right at the end of my last game. That's not fair. And then all of a sudden it works out like, wait, I made it? And it's not making top cut of worlds. It's making top cut of worlds from that position where you were convinced you didn't make it. And that gives you such a buzz. And for Raz, honestly, the big thing here is just ride that wave into top cut.
Eu falei, a tendência agora é eles ir cagando mais a originalidade dos bichos e das raças.
And honestly, yeah, I really think there is a thing there where you can go, oh, wait, I actually made it? And it gives you more of a boost because you didn't just get the I made worlds bump, you get the I'm out, no way I made the top cut bump, and that's a better bump.
Yeah, it gets discussed a lot in sports as well, right? When teams get buys in the playoffs and things like that. Are they going to be a bit too comfortable, maybe a bit rusty heading into, you know, that elimination match? And I don't think that's going to be the case for someone like Jesse. He's been actively trying to win each match, but you can see, you know, somebody who's by round 10 was already locked for top 8. They had no pressure anymore. They might not be as energetic or on top of their game as somebody who just barely made it in and had to fight and claw and is still on that kind of adrenaline high. So we'll see if that makes a difference at all. All right, next up, a player we featured on the stream earlier, James Goring with that Raging Bolt EX deck. You know, this was a deck that had a ton of hype heading into NAIC and maybe didn't perform as well as people expected, but now it's here at the World Championships. Chip, what do you attribute this to, this Raging Bolt deck making it into Top Cut?
It's one of the few decks in the meta that has a good matchup into Regidrago V-Star, the most popular deck in the room. Now, not to say the Regidrago players don't have a game plan. You know, they've got the Radiant Charizard, they've got themselves a shot. But on paper, I mean, Raging Bolt's pressure is just too great. Its HP is a little too high. And James has piloted it excellently to this point. He's looking to become the second ever Australian player to win the World Championships, following in the footsteps of his predecessor, Henry Brand, who has become just one of the top players in the game over the years since his victory back in 2019. Yeah, I'm really excited to see James continue to compete. And I think something interesting, you know, we've been talking about, you know, each one of these players, it's like, yeah, they've got what it takes to win. And that's just the reality of the World Championships. We're here, we've got 9 players remaining, and each one of them, sure, there may be a favorite here or there, and sure, it may depend on how the bracket breaks down, but everyone here still has a shot.
Yeah, and I think James may not be a household name for people, but you look at this resume, almost 10 years ago, he was a regional champion. It's not like he doesn't have experience. It's not like he hasn't won big events before. So absolutely someone like James could come in here and just add world champion to his resume. We've seen it before. Shay, what do you think James is going to have to do to advance through this tournament with this Raging Bolt deck?
He's going to have to announce Bellowing Thunder for massive amounts of damage, to be honest with you. But one thing I really like about the Raging Bolt deck is that it's not actually that hard to do that, right? To announce Bellowing Thunder for big numbers. It's an all-basic deck. Love that. You know, you can just accelerate energy via Teal Dance. Love that. You got Earthen Vessel and High Count, so getting those energies isn't hard. And then we saw that Professor Sada is so good at just accelerating energy. And I think if I'm there thinking with Raging Bolt, I'm feeling quietly confident because, you know, it's a deck that throws out high damage. It has a really decent matchup into Regidrago, but it hasn't got that sort of that hurdle to jump over like a Lugia does. You don't have to get these Archeops and discard pile to start throwing out big numbers. All you have to do is just bench your basics, attach energy, and just slap as hard as you can. So I think he's got a very good route here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him catapult his way through this top cut.
Yeah, and Ross, you know, if you look at this, the Miraidon player, this is probably the deck you want to avoid, right? If there's a potentially bad matchup in the room for Miraidon, it is this Raging Bolt deck. What do you think?
I was actually literally thinking that exact same thing because, you know, the game we casted earlier today, Shay, we saw James Goring take on Iori's Miraidon. And, you know, Ori in game 1, great, fast, very, what's what I'm looking for? Definitive, that's not the word.
Straightforward?
Let's go for that. Straightforward victory. Went forward, nice and easy. But games 2 and 3, James is just like KO, 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 KO. And actually, I know Miraidon can beat it. Obviously it can. But it's not the easiest matchup. And I'm thinking if I'm James Gorin, there isn't that one deck in Top Cut that I'm desperate to avoid. Maybe you don't love playing against Ironthorns, but Ironthorns can be a bit slow, and sure, it turns off your Teal Mask Gokapon, but it doesn't turn off Professor Sada, so there's still opportunities to get the energy on and Bellowing Thunder, and I don't think there's a horrendous matchup in Top Cut for it. That's not to say it's going to win, that's not to say all the matchups are great, but whereas Rahul has got those decks he really doesn't want to play, and Regidrago would really rather not play Rahul, and you could even argue that Miraidon probably doesn't want to play James. James is like, I'll play anything, it's all good. You know, one of the lower seeds kind of sneaking in there a little bit. It was one of the players on this huge run, but actually, it doesn't have any terrible matchups, and a couple of losses and ties that James has taken, just kind of one of those things. It would not be terribly surprising to see James just take a run here and win the whole thing.
Certainly happened. And one interesting thing looking at kind of how our top cut shook out, we don't have any stage 2 Pokemon left in the tournament. I don't think there's any Charizard EX, no Gardevoir EX.
One Charizard and cut? I could be wrong.
We'll find out.
Then
I don't think so. I think it's mostly there's some V-Star, and there's some big basic decks, but I don't think there's any stage 2 Pokemon. But it has kind of shifted to these very hyper-aggressive decks at the World Championships. We've had, I believe we have, you know, a bunch of the Regidrago V-Star decks. And then Lugia, which, you know, those are more like turn 2, start attacking. But we do have Miraidon, we do have the Raging Bolt deck, and we also have a Roaring Moon EX deck in Top Cut as well. Chip, why do you think that is? How come these kind of hyper-aggressive decks were able to make such a big showing at the World Championships?
That's just kind of what the format has become at this point. You know, ever since NAIC, we saw Gardevoir's dominance. Gardevoir really struggled after the release of Shrouded Fable, and I think big part thanks to the Kyurem from that set. Regidrago easily able to slot that card in. And so, you know, with Gardevoir's decline, you know, Charizard kind of has fallen off a little bit. It also has a hard time with the Regidrago matchup, it seems. Yeah, it's really just Regidrago. It kind of almost a gatekeeper, right? The fact that Dragapult EX is such a strong attacker, the Phantom Dive, able to target down those low HP bench Pokemon. We've seen many of the Regidrago players, including The Halucha as well, flying entry to just get to that 70 hit point marker, to be able to KO those Charmanders a little bit quicker. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big reason why, you know, we're seeing a little bit less evolving at the World Championships.
I've got an answer for that question as well. Till Mask Ogapon EX. Ever since that's come out, these really fast decks have just been taken to a new level. That's when Raging Bolt was unlocked. That's how Reggie Drago was unlocked. And I could make a statement and say why Miraidon is a really good player right here in the World Championships is because it's really targeting these Teal Mask decks that, you know, traditionally play these EX Pokemon that aren't going to evolve, and Miraidon can easily just, you know, send them to the discard pile with Photon Blaster. So I think it's a real testament to how impactful that Teal Mask Ogapon EX deck has been.
Chip, you talk about gatekeepers. Let's head to our next player, Fernando Cifuentes, who is our lone Iron Thorns EX player in this top cut. Now, this was a deck we were following pretty closely throughout the first day.
I like how he's chosen to hold the Lugia.
Yeah. Like, I'm hunting for Lugia.
Hey, come here, Lugia, come on.
Fernando started 8-0 yesterday with this Iron Thorns EX deck. Dipped a bit at the beginning, went 8-2, but then recovered and finished strong to make it to this top cut. Ross, why is this deck winning?
Well, I came into this weekend, I was very honest and vocal about the fact that I wasn't taking this deck seriously. It seemed to have too many bad matchups. It seemed to be a case of, look, I can turn off your ability, so if I'm doing that, I'm winning. But against decks that I'm not doing that, I'm not winning. Well, the format has shifted in a way where you just end up with a lot of good matchups. You just mentioned Teal Mask Ogapon. A lot of decks doing very well with that. Well, this turns off Teal Mask Ogapon. Slows those decks right down. You've then obviously got the Lugia matchup, which is very nice. It's not a particularly good attacker, but essentially there are enough matchups where you're turning off abilities and slowing them down enough that you end up winning. And a lot of the decks where maybe you'd be more worried aren't coming out because they're being taken out by the Regidrago, by the Lugia, etc. And then a deck like this can rise up. It's kind of the counter to the counter, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's a case of the meta shifts and takes out all the decks you're worried about, and you just end up being a really good counter to all the new decks that have risen up. And there's a lot of meta games where Iron Thorns isn't going to work. People tried it at North American Internationals. We had some very good players. I think Cyrus played it at NAIC.
Yep.
And it went badly for all of them. No one had a good time with it at NAIC, but we're in a different format now. And frankly, in this format, Iron Thorns has a chance. But I gotta say, and it's something you kind of mentioned earlier, Kyle, we had a lot of these doing very well at the tail end of day one. A lot of them have fallen by the wayside. We were in a position at one point to have multiple in top cut. There's one remaining, and I've got a question. Are people getting wise to it?
Yep. Well, we are heading into the most exciting part of this tournament, the single elimination bracket. I think we've been talking long enough. I think it's time for some action. Thanks, everybody, for your thoughts as we head into the most exciting part of this tournament. But let's get to it. Casters, take it away.
Heading over to the action indeed. Thank you so much, Puka, and our other co-commentators for that awesome segment. We got a great look at all of our players there. So now you have more than enough information to choose who you're rooting for heading into this very exciting part of our stream and our day two here, our top 8. I'm Shelby Boo here with the ever knowledgeable Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, you've been saving up your energy for this match?
Yeah, absolutely. This is where everything starts to get down to the nitty-gritty. We're going to have players competing to see who is making it onto the top 4. And that is when, I mean, names start to get known in the history books. We've already seen, we've gone over so many accomplishments, and they start to mean so much more at the world stage.
Well, let's take a look at our bracket before we jump into this first match that we're going to feature for you all. But who's going to be playing who? Who are we about to see on stream? And there's still one match trying to play into this top as well.
Look at that. The asymmetrical cut going down right now. We've got Michael Davidson facing off against Rahul Reddy. to see which of these two competitors will be faced off against Mr. 12-0 himself.
That is scary. Jesse Parker, who do you think he's rooting for, Kyle, huh?
Well, 12-0 Miraidon certainly do like the colorless bird,
Yes,
don't they?
especially after it just dismantled one completely already in the last match. Yeah, two turns, all 6 prize cards. Insane.
I'm sure Rahul would love to be in the top 8 and take that win, but Jesse is also rooting for Rahul.
Yes, exactly. When your opponent is rooting for you, that might not be the best situation for you. But hey,
Pelo menos no Pokémon, os Coreia não domina, né? Coreia, Japa, tem gringo de toda nacionalidade ali que joga bem.
Good luck to him.
Pena que esse ano não teve BR, esse ano o BR caiu fora antes.
Versus Ian Robb. That is going to be a Reggie Drago match versus Iron Thorns EX. The ball.
Heavy is the head that wears the thorn crown. It's it's a difficult cross to bear, but we've seen that he's done this before. 8-0, and he's continuing on. Is now in the top 8. Fernando is doing a lot of work, but not making a lot of friends.
Not making a lot of friends. Hey, Fernando, you're my friend, okay? Iron Thorns is one of my picks for the caster predictions, so I'm rooting for you.
Yep, I mean, you gotta love what he's done so far.
Yes.
Obviously, we've seen some of those accomplishments. Been working his way through seniors division plenty of years ago. He's just been playing and playing and playing. He's found the right deck for himself here, and this is the one. 3 potential matches away from being the world champion. But he's got to go through an amazing talent in Ian Robb. We've seen him playing for quite some time too.
Oh, yeah. I know. I was just looking at the accomplishments from Ian Robb, and you just look at 2024 alone. There are so many top cuts there from our regional championships and internationals. I mean, it's just unreal when you see how much skill Ian Robb has and how consistently he displays that at our events throughout each season. So that is going to be a very intense match. I'm excited for it. Right below them, James Goring here from Australia. I got a nice little interview with James piloting that Raging Bolt, or should I say Rigatoni Bolt, playing it because it looks like his cat's. So that is really cute.
Is that really the reason? I mean,
he actually showed me a Raging Bolt, but instead of the Raging Bolt, it was his cat, and it does look very similar.
Fair play.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe if you win the World Championships here, we can take Rigatoni on the next trip.
Exactly. Well, what is that matchup going to be? We have the Raging Bolts. What's the other deck?
Yeah, I believe this is
eu já consigo,
on the
na
other
verdade.
side, we've got the Dark deck. We're playing. What was that there?
Esse Munkidori também.
Well, was this our Roaring Moon?
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's what the percentages were not great for Roaring Moon, as we saw. It's a difficult deck to get your friends on, but obviously it's performing very well. The Japanese player here with the 4 Pokemon catchers going very aggressive, just knocking on the door like all of these EX V-Star decks are right now, stealing 2 prize cards as early as possible. It's a strategy that works very well, but does any deck do that better than Raging Bolt right now?
Yeah, that is a good question there, Kyle. I'm excited to see how that turns out, but I'll tell you what, I didn't expect Roaring Moon here. So it is actually just really cool to be even in the top 8 here, so it would be really cool to see it go further than that. And then that last matchup, Isaiah versus Raz there on the ends. These are all star-studded players playing up against each other in our top 8. One match still going on to get into the top 8. This is our brand new asymmetrical cut here, Kyle. Are you a fan?
Yeah, this is great. I mean, at this point, we saw with the bracket the way it was, Rahul on a 1-2 record, working his way all the way to 9 straight match victories, would have been left short. He would have been in 9th place without an opportunity to compete for the World Championship, and now at this point, he's got that win in. Now it all leads to Jesse Parker at the end, but if he's able to do all that, give the man the trophy.
Exactly. Hey, maybe the light is shining, right, Kyle? Maybe.
That's what it takes.
Do you want to talk about the 10th spot that we saw on that list, Kyle?
Yeah. It's a name we've seen once or twice.
Once or twice, maybe.
Maybe the best player of all time, as we've seen. Tord Reklev. 29 points was the #1 seed of all of those as far as the resistance, but fell short at 10th place. Still
1 point.
Incredible accomplishment, but mean, you start to wonder, were any of those those ties able to be wins? Any of those losses able to be ties? You always think about those, but ultimately 29 points in 12 rounds is phenomenal, and you have to be very proud of yourself there.
Yeah, I feel like before I'd want to even start thinking about that, I would just go lay on the beach first, you know? Especially after practicing for so long in your hotel room here in Hawaii. Just go out there and enjoy Hawaii at this point, Tord. But yeah, very huge accomplishment there, but just missing it by 1 point there. We had 30 and 31 points. And honestly, even just thinking about that is bananas to me, Kyle. That is so many points.
Yeah, it's also, when you think about the way that the rest of the points were laid out, Jesse stole so many points that people were counting on by just beating everyone. He didn't have to do that. He played against a Lugia in the final round. He could have conceded, allowed them into the top cut with him, and maybe had them as a competitor. He said, nah, I want to be the undefeated world champion, and he certainly has an opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even blame him at this point. That is such an incredible feat to have under your belt, especially I know Chip was kind of saying in that lounge segment, maybe he's like a little bit more of an unfamiliar player, but now definitely a very familiar player here representing North America.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to what you're able to accomplish in 1 year of solid play. His record was all accomplishments of the 2024 season, but he's been with some of the best players in the world playing every single day, focused on one goal, which is getting better, and he does that. He's found his deck. This is the #1 thing that he goes to at all times, Miraidon. He found an opportunity. It works perfectly in the meta, and no one's going to play it better than him right now.
Yeah, I think so. Jesse Parker, huge proponent of the Miraidon squad for sure. So we'll have to see what happens there. Next up, of course, we're going to have one of our top 8 matches for you all. It's going to be exciting. I'm very excited to get into it, but our players are preparing at the table right now. They don't seem to have headsets on just yet, so we can't deep dive into these decks at the moment. But I think it's going to be a pretty cool one. You know, Puka was talking about explosive decks, some explosive action, but Iron Thorns is going to be one of the decks we're seeing. So
yeah,
maybe
it throws a hammer into the mix, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're tossing around hammers. It can get pretty hyped.
All right. I'm not the biggest fan, but sure. Yeah, I mean, it is a viable strategy. It works so well. It's consistent in the fact that it will find its attacks early on. Sometimes the supporters just fall so well. You find all the resources to be aggressive, but also play defense and put your opponent in awkward spots. They don't have any access to any of those abilities that they use. All those rule box Pokemon throughout the entirety of the game. No other Pokemon's in the active spot other than Iron Thorns.
Yeah, it's a total wall there, and we're going to see it in full effect coming up very shortly. I think it's pretty rare that you have a deck that is just 4 Pokemon as well. It's always an interesting fact.
It seems that anytime you do that, everyone does not like the deck.
Yes, yeah.
It's never anyone's favorite.
That's valid.
But it's been around for so many, and we always call it quad whatever. But,
quad. Quad
right now
Thorns.
The quad Thorns is doing work. We've had quad Terrakion, quad Groudon, quad all sorts of things that have just done so well over the course of the Pokemon TCG, and it's because it does one thing very well, and some decks just don't beat that.
And think about that. I mean, if you look at Ian Rob's list, 19 Pokemon there. If you only have 4, think of all the other cards.
You don't have an ability. You don't have an ability. Uh-oh. You're going to have a rough time getting all of your energies out and trying to make a go at this, but sometimes the hammers don't fall the right way. Sometimes you sneak in that canceling cologne and you shut down some things and have that one big pop-off turn. So be on the lookout for all those different things that can happen in the game.
Well, I'll say if I was going to go against an Iron Thorns as Ian Robb playing Regidrago, this probably wouldn't be the time because there's a lot of experience now behind Fernando going through day 1 now through day 2, having gone through all these matchups, learned all of the quirks of the matchups, and just ironing out, no pun intended, hey, Kyle, what exactly this is going to look like facing off against Regidrago. Not only that, but Regidrago is one of those decks that was just guaranteed going to show up in numbers here at the World Championship. So you got to think that Fernando has definitely played through this matchup quite a bit maybe is feeling kind of comfortable heading into this, but is going to have to control those nerves if there is any to perform for us here on our World Championship stage.
Yeah, that's right. This is an opportunity that doesn't come often.
Não é dinheiro, pode. O de Pokémon é em dinheiro.
Just that has to take down one of the best players that we've seen in quite some time in Ian.
Caralho, 2 milhões de doleta no total, velho.
Ian and his journey that he's had, he is trying to repeat history, at least in some regard, and make all the way back to the final.
O tier 1 invite. Os tiers invites, eles ajudam.
I mean, he was just a young boy then.
Just a pup.
And he has since hit the gym, won a lot of regionals, and performed at the highest level on all of the different stages. And he has that chance here just now, 3 matches away. This could be his tournament too.
Exactly. I mean, Ian Rob, dependendo,
hein? Ó, TCG. Até o top 32 tem premiação. Ou seja, se você acabar entre o top 32, ainda dá bom. Tá ligado? Sim, porque o Yu-Gi-Oh! É configurado como jogo de azar, né? Diferente dos outros. O primeiro lugar ganha 50k de doleta. O segundo lugar ganha 30k de doleta. O terceiro e o quarto, 20k de doleta. Do quinto ao oitavo, 15k. Do nono ao 16º, 10k. Do 17º ao 32º, 5k. Legal. Cool. Isso no TCG, né? E a maior pool, tá? A maior premiação é no de carta. Tanto que no VGC, que é o do jogo mesmo, né? O jogo eletrônico é 30k e vai só até o top 16 a premiação. No Pokémon GO vai até o 13 ali. E aí é 20 mil primeiro ainda.
Yeah, I love these matchups when you have players that are just waiting for that pivotal moment to change the pace in a matchup. You're almost just waiting for that opportunity to break through and turn the tables.
Why I oughta?
Bacana.
Yes, I do see the resemblance in Rob's picture. Oh, look at that Cramorant up there.
All right. The last of the Cramorant we will see today.
True. Yep. We're going to have some big, giant Pokemon here coming up for both of our players. Only one that we're going to see from Fernando, so makes it nice and easy here.
Normalmente não é em produto, né? Aqui é em dinheiro mesmo.
They got to start with an active Pokemon. If they can secure that active Pokemon, we're going to see our prize cards next up. These are cards our players do not have access to until they start taking these knockouts, and they need to take all 6 of them to win the game. So we're going to have this coming up here very soon. Ian Rob looking to be in very good spirits here on our stage.
Why not? You know, you have a great opportunity ahead of you here to continue to move on in the World Championship, and it's going to be pretty exciting to see. We actually do have a little bit of news.
Então, basicamente, se você termina no top 32, já tá interessante, que você já garante que você ganha alguma coisa.
Defeated Rahul Reddy. So we are right back to where we started. Eighth seed is going to play 1 seed.
8th seed going against 1 seed. It's going to be Michael Davidson taking down Rahul Reddy with Reggie Drago. So that is going to be the matchup there from our bracket that you saw. Wow, that's exciting, Kyle. Can't wait to see what the results of that is. But here on the stage, we have Ian Rob, Fernando Cifuentes, representing North America, Ian Rob, and Latin America here from Fernando. So very cool match that we're seeing coming up. Who will take it to the next level here into our top
Claro, cada tem suas contas, né? Dependendo, bem mais, pô.
We forgot to mention as we go about this match with 4 Pokemon in a deck is you're gonna see a lot.
Isso que o 5k de doleta é a menor premiação, né?
Wait, no, what number are we on right now?
At least 2, but probably a few more coming our way.
Apesar que pra acabar top 32 de mais de 1000 pessoas, tu tem que jogar bemzão. Acho que você pode perder no máximo uma.
The best turn he's ever had.
Yes, exactly. Wow, what a hand, an opening hand. Oh,
I got everything.
Iron Thorn's just shutting me down. Oh, man. Okay.
If you can't find the cologne here, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. So since these players do have their headsets on, let's get into this deck here. We've talked about this pivotal turn here, Kyle, for Ian, what he's going to have to capitalize on going against Fernando. I'm sure Ian has prepared for this matchup. Iron Thorns has been sort of on the radar. It hasn't been super prevalent. Maybe not the matchup he was expecting here, and he's laughing now because all of these mulligans, but where do you think he's going to go as far as the initial setup into this matchup and how he can best get to that pivotal turn?
Right, so Ian has two
Não, dá, óbvio, esses caras aí chegou, né? Esses que vão jogar agora já são top 8, já tem uma premiaçãozinha bacana garantida.
It has motivate. It's not just the bird that gets you those cards. You have an opportunity to gain access to those additional resources and charge up a Pokemon to attack with. And you don't have
Meu, ele me ligou quantas vezes? Umas duas já?
The board with grass energies and then using the energy switches. On the other side, you also can start to accelerate by way of that canceling cologne. Shut off your opponent's ability and give yourself that opportunity to cash in on one big turn. All the abilities, all at once. You better have your energy switches ready, because here comes the Regidrago.
Yes, here comes the scary Regidrago.
Amém,
We've been
veio com
talking about, is
básico
it going to
agora.
be the year of the Drago, the Regidrago? We'll have to wait and see if it's going to go further in this tournament for Ian Robb. He's sitting pretty now, waiting for all of these mulligans. If you cannot secure that basic Pokemon, you have to continue to draw 7 cards over and over and over again until you can get a basic Pokemon. And for each time you have to do that, your opponents will be able to draw an extra card into their hand. So that is what we are settling there. Looks like we've got things figured out now. We're headed into the prize cards here for both of our players. Regidrago V, 2 copies of it in the prize cards here on the left side for Ian Robb.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. It's a 3-3 line, so really putting all of the eggs in one basket there. And
yeah,
the other side, it's not too bad. You can work with all those resources in the prize cards. Should be a pretty exciting game here, Boo.
Oh, I'm excited indeed. We see one of those Iron Thorns in the prize cards, 2 future booster capsules. Nothing too wild there for Fernando. We'll see how all these prize cards come into play. Ian Robb looking at this giant hand now after drawing all those extra cards. We have the handshake. We're ready to get into our first Masters Top 8 match here at the World Championships in 2024. I'm super happy to see Iron Thorns EX here on our table, and it's going to start off just by attaching that double turbo energy and passing over
Ultra
to
Ball, ele só colocou uma energia dupla no Iron Thorns e passou, né?
Pokemon straight into the discard pile. You love to see it.
Sign me up. That's exactly where you want to see those Pokemon. Throw them into the discard pile as early as possible, as you're trying to work towards one unique strategy.
Gosta de Regidrago.
Using the Regidrago V-Star to copy that Apex Dragon and see all of the
Espero que tem 2 Regidrago na Premium.
Mainly something that knocks out Iron Thorns.
Yes, so we see 2 of those Regidrago Vs are in the prize cards, and they're both at the top. Like, what are the odds?
Yeah, we're not going to get there, are we?
Nope, but there is still 1 Regidrago V in the deck there for Ian Robb as well. So yeah, that was the first deck search of the turn. Gonna look through the resources here and this giant hand as well, kind of accounting for these prize cards and what strategies he has to work around when he doesn't have access to those cards that are being kept in the prize cards until we start taking some of those up. So taking notes here on the table, a lot of our competitive pro Pokemon players do that to keep track of everything in the prize cards. We do see that Squawk ability as well hit the bench here for Ian Robb.
Ele vai dar o efeito do Squawk para depois dar os draw, obviamente, né? Outra Ultra. Outra Ultra.
There's no surprise here. You need that Regidrago to last as long as possible.
Yeah, for sure. We need it to last because there's not any other ones to access currently for Ian Robb. So we're going to see a couple extra discards here off an additional Ultra Ball, that Halucha, as well as that Dragapult. So we have
não, era o Dragapult mesmo, para descartar, para pegar 2 energias.
The way this deck works, Regidrago V-Star is able to copy the attacks from these dragon Pokemon in the discard pile for its own energy requirement. and with that Apex Dragon move. We also have a Legacy V-Star ability on that Regidrago V-Star, allowing you to discard 7 cards and then put 2 of any card in your discard pile into your
Caralho, é a
hand
terceira
as well.
Ultra
So
Ball que
usually
esse
you have to
cara
wait
tá
to either
usando.
duplicate your resources or get
Kyurem.
attackers potentially in the discard, or do both sometimes. So Ian Robb is playing through right now, Ultra Balling 2 more cards here, getting that Kyurem out. And yeah, tons of resources to work with, of course, because I don't know how many mulligans we had, but it was a lot.
Yeah, and certainly it leads to hands like this. These
O
is
Gerpon.
fantastic. Obviously, in the window of the deck there, we saw that canceling Cologne. You need to know where that is. And sure enough, maybe can find that later along the road. It goes with the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn for now, and we won't see all these abilities, but you
Jogou
do
o
see that
Squawkabilly,
Squawkabilly
energia no
EX. It's a
Squawkabilly.
fantastic addition to have here. The
Look at
switch is already
this.
there,
Called it.
and it's time to motivate.
We're motivating up in here with the Squawkabilly EX. I love that move. It's going to do that 20 damage, and then you attach 2 basic energies from the discard pile to one of your benched Pokemon. You saw those energies be put into the discard pile already.
Martelinho.
So we got there on the first
Errou.
turn here. Huge for Ian Robb. Crushing Hammers are coming through, but did we just fail them?
Yeah, that was a Tails that we saw right there, and that is one of the 4 times that Ian will sweat during the game, as every one of those hammers
Radar.
is so crucial. You want to avoid that as
Pra
at
buscar
all
outro
costs,
turns.
because each one is essentially another turn. Squawkabilly not going to be here very long. It's going to get knocked out by Iron Thorns, and to have 2 energies on this Regidrago right now means that you have potential to be attacking next turn. That's exactly where you want to be. You could be knocking out Pokemon right now.
Yeah, Ian Robb has set everything up thanks to so many cards in the hand. Following through with the strategy, using that Squawkabilly was huge there.
Boas
Fernando
orders.
is going to have to respond here now.
Ah, não,
attacking
essa não
these
é a boas
energy
order.
with that
Essa é pra
Giovanni's
tirar energia.
charisma.
Yeah,
I love to see it.
Charisma's kind of working against him. Negative Riz as you give your opponent a free energy, but it does allow you to gain that lightning energy, and 2 attackers are ready to roll. Quick prize cards
Matou
falling
o
here, but I
Squawkabilly,
think
pegou 2
Ian's knocking at the
prize.
door.
Exactly. I agree with that, Kyle. Iron Thorns EX
Subiu o
able to take those
Regidrago.
prize cards out.
Evoluiu
Here off
pro
of that
V-Star.
Squawkabilly, going down 2 prize cards. We're flying now here, Kyle. Regidrago V-Star being evolved
Deu a
into
habilidade
here for
dele,
Ian Robb.
trocou a mão.
And we are going into this turn here. We have
O
2 Teal
Gerpon na
Mask Ogrepon
mesa.
EX to be able to draw some additional cards here as well for Ian.
Wowee. Okay. If the Dragapult is in the discard pile, I believe it is. There's
It is,
potential to spread the damage pretty nicely here. 200 to the active, 6 to the bench, and then Boss's Orders is in the hand, which means a 4 prize turn is
200
available next turn as
no
long as
Tornes
these energies
e
remain
60
on the
na
Pokemon.
mesa no
Could we
outro
see
Tornes.
this go down here right now, Kyle? This might be a faster match than I was anticipating.
Not sure
Well-
if we see the
Arvin.
damage counters on the bench just yet, so
Yes, yeah, I don't think so just yet. Just going to take a massive hit there on that Iron Thorns EX, thanks to that Apex Dragon. Now it's just holding on there, and we're diving into the deck here on Fernando's side with an Arvin. So taking a look at the hands here and then selecting these 2 cards. It's going to be an item card as well as a
Jogou
tool
a
card
boost
in
lá.
that future booster energy capsule, allowing you to boost up your damage a little bit, 20 additional damage as well as free retreats.
all right, it looks like Ian going with safety first, as the Hasumi Gudra was the attack that was used there. So with the iron rolling over there, 8
Rolling iron.
resistance from this next attack. That means Regidrago's hanging out for quite some time.
All right, well, we're going to see this attack from the Iron Thorns EX here. Does have to move that energy onto the bench. And Ian Robb over here. Thanks. We see that
60
Hasumi
pela
Gudra popping up.
resistência.
He's like,
man.
I'm in a pickle.
Dragon Ball could have just won, but I guess safety's cool. This does lead to situations where you could move to another Pokemon later on. Of course, you just take a knockout here as well, and if this is the
Vessel,
sole
pegar
Iron
mais
Thorns
2
on the other
energia.
side, you can take an easy knockout with one of those other dragon types you have in the discard pile. Should all line up just fine, but having only 1 die on you feels pretty good.
One die, yes, exactly. Look at the die differences right here, right now, Kyle.
Ow!
We would love to be drawing some cards, though, but unfortunately.
You know, sometimes just simple Pokemon's good, Pokemon. Attach energy, play supporter, click all the boxes, don't retreat. But
yeah, don't do that one. We're just going to see that Iono here from Ian Robb. So both of these players going to draw into some new hands. After their current hands are going to the bottom of the deck. Fernando into 4 cards, Ian Robb into a fresh 6.
Yep, rolling out over and over again. The 80 resistance that you have on that next attack is going to be so helpful to sticking around in this game. And Fernando needs answers. He does not have another Pokemon on his bench. He could get benched out.
Yeah, Ian Robb tanking himself here thanks to that Hisuian Gudra. We're getting gooey in here, Kyle. Fernando over here on this other side. Pokegear 3.0 being played right now. Did you see that there was a draw of a supporter off of it, though? Looks like taking a quick look at the resources so far in Ian Robb's discard pile. Remember, we're working off the Iono hand, so not that many cards here for Fernando. We're working through the turn.
Yep.
Ooh, I guess maybe that professor's research was the Pokegear supporter.
See 7 cards. A little bit of lightning would be helpful. Oh no, but there's a crushing hammer. There was an energy attached last turn and tails anyways.
Oh, tails on the crushing hammer. You want to get those discards, but if you cannot hit a heads,
oh, we're stalling. Pokemon catcher.
Oh, it's also a tail.
There's another.
2 Pokemon.
Oh,
finally here. 2 tails after a crushing hammer, Pokemon catcher. But now this Pokemon catcher hits a heads. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX joining us in the active here now for Fernando. All right, we're going to see this Techno Radar here come down, allowing us to search out these future Pokemon. Remember, we only have Iron Thorns.
Surprise!
Which ones are going to be?
You get a PB&J every day.
Yeah, no surprise there. But hey, that card is exceptional for these future decks. I mean, I just love the mechanic. I love future decks. We're going to see the Energy Lotto next, and we do have the energy hitting here, being attached now to that Iron Thorns EX that was just sought out off that Techno Radar for Fernando. So we're getting things set up here. What are you thinking about this match so far as the pacing between both of these players, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, clearly Fernando is grasping at straws, trying to continue to maintain some relevant attacks in this spot, but missing on these crushing hammers is devastating, and Ian is loving every minute of this. An attack into this Teal Mask Ogerpon does nothing against this Regidrago, and he is licking his chops over there. He's ready for some action. What can go down with his hand?
Yes, exactly. Trying to figure out what can happen here. Fernando, of course, has the Iron Thorns EX with that super powerful ability in the initialization.
It's the canceling cologne. And not only this, but you use your Legacy Star and you bring it right back to the hand. That's 2 turns that we're going to be lined up.
Brutal.
He's smelling good.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, but this Iron Thorns EX has a major strategy here, is shutting down some of Ian Robb's strategy, but it is not enough here because Ian Robb just has to be able to attach these energy and consistently get some damage on board, these knockouts. Hey, I guess I can say, Kyle, that at least the prize mapping is pretty easy to figure out.
Yeah, 2-2-2. Sign me up for that basic math class.
Yes,
and you can tell exactly what the game plan is at this point for Ian. Has options like Prime Catcher in the discard pile. Says, nah, I just want some basic energies. That'll do.
That will do. We see that energy there onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon here. We're drawing some cards for Ian Robb.
Yep, and this is it. You cash in on this opportunity. Use as many of these abilities as you can. You have the retreat lined into the Regidrago. Can probably take a knockout, but also have that opportunity to play it safe and continue to be rolling the iron.
Yeah, look at this. The energy switch as well, just to make sure that Regidrago is nice and safe despite any potential discards that might be coming up from Fernando. And you called it here, rolling the iron. Hisuian Gudra V-Star making its little debut. Of course, it's via the Regidrago V-Star Apex Dragon, copying its move, 200 damage, but huge resistance or should I say, how do I say it? Subtracting damage the next turn?
Yeah, I've been calling it resistance, but I don't like that.
Well, resistance is something else in the Pokemon.
Yes.
Well, let's say reduction of 80 damage on your next turn. There you go.
The top deck of the turn was that penny, and sure enough, what a great time to see that when your Pokemon's about to be knocked out. Why not just bring all these resources back to the hand and get another 60 damage on your opponent?
Another 60 damage indeed. We're going to see all of this damage here coming down. That Iron Thorns EX just hanging on here. Of course, it does have that tool card attached to it already. This Iono coming down. That's going to be the free retreat thanks to that future booster energy capsule there for Fernando into this fresh, healthy, nice and ready to go. Start attacking Iron Thorns EX. It has this incredible ability, but Volt Cyclone only does that 140 damage, and that's even more debuffed by the double turbo, as well as that rolling iron. I mean, it is just not doing much here, Kyle, against this Regidrago right now, and Ian Robb is flying through this turn so
Another
far.
one.
Another one.
The 6th energy attached to this Pokemon, ready to roll at this stage. And we've seen the one issue now is last turn, the Iono was played. Ian lost access to the canceling cologne, but he does have quite a board presence.
Yeah, I think they're just working that out here.
Sure enough, rolling iron onto the bossed Iron Thorns. One knockout remaining for Ian Robb to get this opening victory here in the top 8 match.
Top 8 match.
What is this hand? It's over.
Oh, it's over. Ian Robb just 2 prize cards away to take it. Flips the last 2 prize cards that were both Regidrago V. I mean, it's just priceless to see that.
Yeah.
Flips both of them like, yep. Didn't have anything else there. I was
You
barely
didn't know,
holding
but
on.
I had a hand tied behind my back.
Yes. Hey, he didn't show it at all. Ian Robb taking down this Iron Thorns EX in a dominant fashion here in our first top 8 match. I'm sure he's feeling good right now. Everything
Ah, mas
seems
essa aí
to go
tava
his way,
teta pra ele, pô.
despite this Iron
O
Thorns
cara do
EX
Iron Thorns nem jogou
shutting
direito.
down a lot of his deck there with that
Essa tava bem teta.
initialization ability.
Yeah, I feel like Ian was expecting a deck like this with the way that we see the deck list laid out.
Yeah.
It's got all the answers. He knew the perfect strategy. That Squawkabilly looked so cool. It finally got to do its job, and its job wasn't just to throw away a hand and sit there the rest of the game. It attacked. It did its job. It hit the discard pile. Let's see it all over again.
Yes, let's see it again. Did it even squawk and seize? I don't even think it did.
You can't.
Oh yeah, you can't. You can't.
His poor little beak. It was wrapped up.
Exactly. Oh, yes, that Iron Thorns EX, so powerful there. Oh, it looks like we're getting started here in our game 2 between these players. They are flying here through this matchup.
I thought we'd have another 5 minutes as we search for a Pokemon, but here we are.
Yes, here we are indeed. That first energy coming down here for Fernando. We're passing over now to Ian Robb. I'm glad that we worked out the mulligans this time. We're starting off with a nest ball here. So I think the strategy that we're going to see from Ian Robb is going to be very similar. Just secure those energies down. Make sure that you have those future turns set up. And like we talked about, 2-2-2, and you're into top 4.
Yeah, this is maybe a little different this time around. Finding the one-up switch, the Squawkabilly, the energies in the discard pile, and even some of those additional resources that he had in the discard is by way of dragon-type Pokemon. All of those are really hard to do without the additional mulligans. So
that's
good
true.
to see this played a little
true.
slower, perhaps Celestial Roar. Just start to work your way through.
That is very true. There were so many additional cards for so long for Ian Robb in that last game, thanks to those mulligans. These are the prize cards as well for Ian Robb. Dragapult EX in there, one of the Ogerpon. Ooh, and the
MVP
Squawkabilly.
Billy. No.
Not the Billy. Squawkabilly EX in the prize cards. It is pretty low there, but you saw how that Motivate was great for the strategy here to start getting those energy out. And it's quite sad seeing that it's not going to be flying around here for Ian Robb.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. This is an attack that you can use in the mid game as well. If your opponent does get off to that great start, use the crushing hammers, and maybe Fernando just lines up a board that has no energy on the other side and just continues to attack, attack, attack. You can take that turn off, use motivate, and maybe mount that comeback. And we saw Ian was able to do that pretty quickly. The only prize cards last game were the Squawkabilly.
Exactly. Well, we saw that Celestial
Tem que dar o ataque do
Roar
Regidrago
off
sem
that
pôr nada,
Regidrago.
é
Discard
foda.
top 3 cards, and then if any of them are energies, you can attach them to the Pokemon. Unfortunately, it was not. It was a V-Star, a Teal Mask Ogrepon, and an Earthen Vessel. All very pivotal resources there for Ian Robb. Over on Fernando's side for this next turn, this is our second turn. You can play a supporter here. Colress's Tenacity, Stadium card, and an Energy card. Being available to be sought out of the deck with that card. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a unique supporter that we see in similar decks like this. Just you need a couple things to get rolling, and any access that you can find to the double turbo, you need to accept that. We've seen Energy Lotto in these decks so that you can search out this energy. It's so vital to have that turn 2 attack. It starts putting some pressure on.
Yes.
And Fernando's doing just that.
Yeah, pressure indeed. Lost City being played here, and then straight into that Volt Cyclone. Now that we have that double turbo attached, we have all the energy requirement needed, and that damage is going down onto Ian Robb's side, putting a little bit of a timer on him here. We have that damage Regidrago V. We are going to be playing an Ultra Ball here, discarding 2 cards to search out another Pokemon for Ian Robb. But yeah, a little bit of a timer here, lots of damage coming down, and we're going to have to see how he's able to respond.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if I caught the hand right, I think there's an opportunity here. It looked like Canceling Cologne was in hand. So you just go for it right here. Legacy Star, let's see some unique help.
Yeah.
There's access to what? Earthen Vessel potentially here. You could find some help. Let's play it safe. It looks like Nest Ball. Well, the Earthen Vessel's already there. Oh, we're flying. Oh, my goodness. Is it all there? He's got the energy switch.
He's got everything. Oh, my gosh, Kyle. Ian Robb taking down this Iron Thorns EX.
Isso
in
foi
a
rápido.
dominant 2-0 victory here in our first top 8 match at the World
Isso
Championship.
foi muito rápido.
I cannot believe what just happened.
What was that hand? He had it all.
As soon as he saw the Canceling Cologne come down, and then the Legacy Star get those 7 cards, I mean, Ian
O cara
Robb had
começou com o
absolutely
banco ruim.
everything needed there to grab
Ele só pegou, amassou o que tinha na mesa, o cara não tinha mais nada. Ele ganhou, né? A primeira já tinha sido meio zoada. Essa segunda o cara iniciou pior. Ele só amassou. Regidrago dá dano rapidão, né?
I'm sure that's really nice to see for him, because we saw something very similar last season at NAIC. It was against him, though. There was a very, very fast matchup that happened, and it made him second place at NAIC. But now the tables have turned. Ian Robb, karma is in your favor. You're taking down that Iron Thorns EX, and you're in our top 4 now. Huge congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens with Iron Thorns. You play a deck that is volatile. It doesn't always find additional Pokemon. Sometimes it doesn't even find the first Pokemon. But we got there, we saw one, and there was a moment. And sure enough, Canceling Cologne unlocks so many great opportunities. This is definitely going to be one that we remember for quite some time.
I think so too, Kyle. Canceling Cologne, the MVP card there, shutting down that Iron Thorns EX ability in the initialization, unlocking yours and unlocking all of those strategies for Regidrago. And then you see how explosive that deck can really be. I mean, there was just one future Pokemon in the way of all of that happening. And once he had that Canceling Cologne, threw it down, he was able to pop off there and take a win, and that was a 2-0 as well against Iron Thorns. That means Iron Thorns is no longer Kyle.
Bye. No, of course.
See ya.
Huge commiserations and congratulations to Fernando. It was an excellent run, 8-0 at this event. The World Championships continues through in the next day and is able to lock up a top 8 here. It's fantastic performance, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to build on that. But I mean, this is Ian Robb's moment. What a way to close out and move into the top 4. He's got some great talent waiting for him on the other side, though. I'm sure we're excited to see how those games go. But ours probably finished first out of everyone. Let's be real.
That too, Kyle. I was thinking that too. That was very quick here on the stage. quick action. It was super fun to watch still, though. And like you said, Fernando still has a lot. I mean, we have prizes going down to our top 32 as well. Like, so much cool stuff. There's playmats, there's promo cards, there's a bunch of other cool stuff. I think there's like a keychain or something, which is so
Sign me
cool.
up. You know why I'm here. Where's that keychain?
I mean, you get so much swag here if you perform that well at the World Championships. And to take a different archetype into our World Championships as well, succeed with it, I'm really curious to see if Fernando was expecting to do so well with Iron Thorns. I'm sure hoping to go all the way, but is going to end up here right now, but still representing Latin America, making it into our top 8. Huge feat here for Fernando. Huge congratulations.
Yeah, and I mean, he's if he was played against any other Regidrago, it's not guaranteed that you see that canceling clone tech in the list. It's not always an inclusion. Any of those, it's a totally different game. You need that pop-off turn. Yeah, Squawkabilly was a pretty cool opener, but that's rare. It's like one switch in the deck, and maybe you do it with a Prime Catcher, but this doesn't happen on turn 1. He was able to do that and follow it up with a turn 2 win in game 2. Ian Rob's on fire. We talked about all of these players and who's maybe on the hottest streak. Rahul, of course, with that big run. Jesse Parker probably on the hottest run, but Ian Rob's probably right there.
I think so too, Kyle. Let's take a quick look at our match highlights. If you didn't happen to catch that game, first of all, what are you doing? You should be tuned in.
Quick too.
Yeah, that's true. That
maybe
is
if
true.
you did go to get a nice cold refreshing beverage, you
and
didn't
it's
have
over.
time.
I think we actually need to slow-mo that last turn so we can explain it here to our viewers. But
Well, quickly we saw Squawkabilly go in, do its thing, motivate the troops, take a quick knockout, and from there on it was all about rolling in the deep. We saw over and over again just playing a defensive strategy, taking his time. Ian accumulating 6 pips over and over and over again, but it's enough, and you get all the way down to 2 prize cards remaining, which are both Regidrago, by the way. Get the job done.
Exactly, flipped those over. That was pretty funny, but this was our last turn. It came very quickly here for Ian Rob after taking down that first game, but you see all the pieces coming
Só
together.
quem fez 18 pontos vai pro dia 2. Faz sentido pra ele já ter a eliminação exata já.
Everything was there for Ian Rob to take that knockout and take that game here in that game 2. I'm excited to hear from him. Ian Rob himself, can he make it further? We'll have to wait and see, but I'm excited. Pablo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Boo. I'm here with Ian Rob, our first semi-finalist of today. How are you feeling, Ian?
I'm feeling incredible. That was a matchup I was not at all expecting to, I was not looking forward to that, and I was really scared, and it was really unfavorable. Not unfavorable, but I really knew it was going to come down to it.
Aí tá lá.
Early,
Vai ter os premiações adicionais, obviamente.
Turn 1 going second. I wanted to puke.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty
Caralho, o top 32 todo ainda ganhou 2 boxes de booster.
Like what has brought you all the way up here to top 4?
So far, honestly, it's winning coin flips in the right matchups and not having to use my Regidrago V-Star early.
Vai ter a Trainer Bag, tem a carta promo do Mundial e o chapéuzinho do Mundial de top 32.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what Regidrago is. Now, tell me a little bit about you shared with everyone that fabulous picture of yourself.
Ah, é, a premiação do Pokémon é maneiro. Eu sabia, eu falei, pô, eu acho que não é só o dinheiro. Eu acho que tem mais prizes, tá ligado?
Might be.
Tem mais prizes mesmo. Mas essa é só pra categoria do TCG. Mas mesmo assim. Porque Poké é legal é pro Yu-Gi-Oh! Porque é questão de lei. Na lei, Yu-Gi-Oh! É considerado como jogo de azar. A parada a ver com lei mesmo. É como o jogo é categorizado mesmo.
To avoid? Not really. Every matchup in this format is so even that I don't really care what I'm against. I'm hoping that year I win the coin flip and I draw well. I don't use Regidrago's E-Star turn 2. That's all I'm asking for, really, at this point.
All right, and now, I guess, tell me a little bit about why Regi Drago Vista. Usually, the best deck that's positioned heading into Worlds doesn't end up doing too well in the event, but Regi Drago has been dominating. It was your deck choice. What's the thought process behind that?
So for the past month, I've been practicing basically just Regi Drago Visar. Early on, my friends and I identified it was the best deck by a wide margin, and we just practiced it so much that we knew all the matchups. Like, our list isn't anything all that special, quite honestly, but it was just really about learning every matchup. And one thing I identified early was not that it was a very easily counterable deck. It was like, at best, its worst matchups is like maybe 40-60. So I felt really confident going to a room of decks which people thought it'd be Regi Drago, but it really doesn't if Regi Drago draws decent.
Yeah, and clearly it's gotten you quite far so far. Now, any shout-outs or anyone who has helped you get all the way up here?
So first of all, shout out to my
esse é o
family
Haltz
for
mais
supporting me
novo,
every day, and
inclusive,
my
eu preciso
amazing girlfriend.
trocar.
Shout out to Zayalan for helping me
4
test for this event.
Killia,
And
2 War,
Thursday
1
night, being
Kidori,
convinced that
ninguém
I
usa
had the
2.
EX in my deck when I really did not want to play it. So special shout out to Isaiah
15%
Chaville
inclui
actually being the
2
one who did it
ainda.
in that group. Shout out to my other friends, helped me test, practice, get ready for this event, and has cheered me on.
Complicado.
Great, Ian. Thank you so much for sharing this.
incluindo 2.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and celebrate your
Tem uma
top
galera
4.
que pensa
You're
igual eu.
eager to get started with the
Esse
next match, but
aqui,
let's get back to Caster, see what else they have in store for us.
a maioria inclui 1, 7% inclui 2.
Thank you so much for that wonderful interview. I mean, how
Alguns usam
humbling
2
is it
dele.
12 years ago as a
Alguns
senior,
usam 2.
making it all the way to second
Esse é
place,
só
but now
mesmo.
here potentially
Aí aqui
having
é
the
padrão.
opportunity to do it again and get that
Alguns usa
redemption.
3
I
e
can't
1. Na verdade, a maioria usa
imagine
3
how
e
Ian Rob
1.
is feeling now, and he said he's just
Por
trying
uma
to take it one
só,
game
um
at a
só do
time
boss
here.
order.
So
Eu uso
far,
2 ainda desse
I
cara.
guess if that ends up happening, maybe then all those
Que
emotions
nesse
are gonna flood
deck
into
aqui.
him and it's gonna be overwhelming.
Não, mas é aí que tá. A Konami não quer recorrer, né? Porque pra Konami é muito mais viável ela continuar dando prêmio que é produto do que dar prêmio que te dá prêmio que é dinheiro, né? Pra ela é muito mais cômodo ser produto do que dinheiro, tá ligado? Aí é questão da própria empresa também, né? Então um pouco disso aí também.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a quick game that we saw there between our players. So we're still kind of waiting for some results here for things to get tidied up in our brackets so we can bring you some more Pokemon action. But I think we have some fun to have too, Kyle.
Okay, sign me up.
Card breakdown.
Speaking of brackets, we've been doing some community bracket action. For our World Championships, we've been discussing
Aqui é o
what
quanto
is the
usam
best
de
A-spec.
cada,
I believe we had 8
garantido.
options to start.
Tem gente que mete
yeah, we've been working
Fezandipt no
through that
Garevana ainda.
so far. I
Doideira
think
da
we've only done
porra.
one of these. Kyle, you and I.
É que aqui são as populares mesmo, né? É basicamente o deck.
Thank you to the 8 people.
Ah, tem gente que nem usa Heavy Ball, inclusive, que doideira. A Rissuinha
We've
Heavy,
been
né?
working through these A-specs. A-specs, if you don't know, these are cards you can only play one A-spec in your deck, but because that is the case, they're very fancy looking. They're bright pink, they have a very cool hollow texture, and we're going to be discussing 2 of them right here
Eu
with
sou
you
da
right now.
build
It's a
que
bit
tem
of
que
a
usar
debate
2, porque se eu
here
for jogar
between
de 2
Unfair
Munkidori,
Stamp and Legacy
eu tenho que jogar de 2
Energy.
energia Dark.
I suppose I could start us off
Tem
here.
nego que usa 3 ainda, eu acho muito perigoso.
Ding, ding.
2,
I think I'm gonna
beleza.
take
3
Legacy
é foda.
on this
Tem uma
one
boa
for you,
parte das
Kyle.
decklist que usa
Congratulations.
8 cartas de psíquico também de
Legacy
energia.
Energy. So,
Aí vai encaixando, né? O importante é ter a consistência dos bichos,
if your Pokemon is knocked out,
que é aqui em
your
cima.
opponent also takes one
Preciso
less
arranjar
ice
esse
card.
Haltz aqui, esse Haltz é bom.
Thrown onto an Iron Hands, it takes a 2 prize card
Bate
turn,
10
and
e
then
teleport.
you're a 1 prize card
É bom.
Pokemon as well. That's insane. It's absolutely bananas.
Não. 8
8
psíquica dá pra pensar. Eu tô rodando com 11 porque eu não tenho um monte de coisa que busca energia, então eu prefiro dar draw delas, né? Na ideia é essa. Então eu tô jogando de 11 psíquica e 2 dark. Mas o certo é reduzir pra 8 psíquica e 2 dark, ou 7 psíquica e 2 dark. Principalmente quando tá jogando de 2 Munkidori.
There's like 8 ways to counter you. I can get rid of that card
É,
so
eu não
easily. I
tenho
can
esses
throw down a
carinha
temple,
aqui,
I'm
ó,
chilling.
que eu tenho
This
que
card
arranjar, né?
destroys
Screen
games.
Tail,
You get 2
Fluttermane,
cards
Mana
as the
Fi.
opponent. I get 5. I've already played a supporter.
O resto
I'm
aqui eu
gonna keep
tenho.
rolling. I can keep
4
rolling,
desse Haltz
and
novo, que não é
there's
caro.
no way you're gonna run back this matchup.
Precisa arranjar
You've
o
got 2 cards to
Turo.
try to figure it out for the rest of the
Poffin.
game. And if I found my temple,
Vessel,
I'd knock you out
Crusher.
and beat you in, like,
Okay,
3
A
different
Ace
times.
Pack aqui.
Come on, there's so many supporters.
E a
Pokemon. You can
ATM
get
de
out of it, all
evolução.
right? We got Pheasantipity now. It's carrying some weight here.
Let's ask Rahul how Legacy Energy feels right now.
Listen, that's unfair. That's unfair.
Yeah,
Stamp,
it is
Kyle.
unfair. I'm going to stamp it right here.
Oh, that was fun here. I do love Legacy Energy, though. It unlocks a lot for some cool decks, variation of attackers.
I don't
for ya.
think Lugia exists without that card.
Yeah, that's so
it
true.
does need to be there. And it gives it that opportunity to compete with the smaller decks that we've seen.
É
And
tranquilo.
beat up on some of those Ralts, those Charmanders, whatever you need. But Unfair Stamp is just crack.
It is.
I keep calling it Reset Stamp. And I'm like, the
I
Reset Stamp
know.
doesn't even go close
É,
to
esses
what this card
comentaristas
does.
aí é meio
I thought
cringezão mesmo.
Reset Stamp was great. This is unbelievable.
I mean,
how often you just give your opponent the 2 worst cards in their deck, and there's like,
No recovery.
man.
Aw. I mean, when you have a card that comes out and people are automatically like, this needs to be banned, it's a pretty good card.
Well, besides
I'm
the
not
Iron
lying.
Hands, I don't believe those guys.
Yeah, that's true. But yes, Unfair Stamp and Legacy Energy, both fantastic ace specs. There's a lot of ace specs now that we have. We've had a couple of sets release some new ones. Do you have a favorite yourself, Kyle? You can't say Unfair Stamp, come on.
I mean, I like Prime Catcher.
I think that's the next one coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends. Like, if I was going to go off of which one is nearest and dearest to my heart, it's the Scoop Up Cyclone. I had a lot of fun with the first iteration of that card. It wasn't ever really like the best ace spec back then, but it was really fun. We haven't seen anything close to the Life Dew other than Legacy Energy, but I just don't like the fact that it gets countered by all the special energy denial that's in the format. So it's almost there, but it's not Life Dew.
Yeah, almost, Kyle, almost. Well, you'll have to vote on which you think is the better ace spec between Unfair Stamp or Legacy Energy, and it's going to be moving up in our bracket there. But speaking of moving up, who is moving up as far as our caster predictions go,
don't
Kyle?
do this. Please stop.
I may have potentially lost the ace spec battle, but I think I won against you at least in the caster prediction.
Anyone who likes evolving, shield your eyes.
Shield your eyes.
It's all over for us.
Yes, absolutely. I love how my 2 picks were just featured in the last matchup in our top 8, baby.
Yeah, that worked out fairly well. I'd say Shea fans in shambles. That's looking pretty rough. I'm nowhere close to the top 8.
Neutralization zone, what a pick.
It was on stream, so we'll give him 2 points for that in this game where all the points don't matter.
Acaba hoje?
Oh my
Amanhã.
goodness,
Pablo
Amanhã as finais. Amanhã é só a final, praticamente.
Close?
That's point 3.
What was the placement of our Gardevoir, though?
No, I'm not going to give you that. You don't get this one.
Too soon?
Yes.
Too soon. You know,
Can we talk about Chip Snorlax real quick?
I was about to say, Chip, I feel like going with the Snorlax here, maybe choosing to be the enemy, but also that Pheasantipity that we have seen all over the place in so many decks here. That is a fantastic pick.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a cop-out
It
as
is.
well because it is that supporter Pokemon.
Coming from you who chose Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah. Hey, that attacks! Get out of here! That attacks!
I mean, yeah, but also it's in like 5 decks.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
It's like getting the
I'll give you
coverage of
that.
Iono.
I
Good
will
for
give,
you.
I will give you that one, Kyle.
I think, honestly, Ross is winning. Ross is crushing it. The Miraidon is
very true.
undefeated. The
That's very
Kyurem is featured in so many of these Regidrago decks.
Yeah.
How did Ross win?
Okay,
Who
but
let this happen?
honestly though, Ross literally always picks Miraidon every single time.
well,
Like, I think Ross was having Miraidon no matter what.
I mean, Jesse's like, I got you.
Jesse, the plot armor
Here's a
here.
sandwich. Hop on. I'll take you to freedom.
Oh my goodness. Well, Kyle up there as well with the Iron Hands and the Lugia V-Star. Pretty solid picks.
We can give him the Iron Hands. That's in the Miraidon. And
Yep.
Lugia, 9th place, as we've learned with Rahul with the quick 0-2 departure.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunate to see, especially coming off that high on the stage. Looking so happy, but I mean, that's a huge accomplishment in itself. But yeah, those are our caster predictions. That's what we, your commentators here at the World Championships, thought was going to succeed. Some of us a little bit more successful than the others, Kyle.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll win the other predictions.
I was about to say we have. I think we have the results for that, Kyle.
Please.
So I think you'll get a win here potentially. We'll see. Maybe chat pull through. Oh my gosh, I got stomped.
Ooh.
Hey, thank you to the 14 people that are
I think it's a percentage. I don't think they just pull 100 people and it goes away.
Tá querendo dizer do quê? De jogos? Cara, tá tendo bastante campeonato. O Mundial de Yugi daqui a 3 semanas. Tekken tá tendo também os competitivos dele. Tava assistindo até de manhã. O Tekken 8, alguns campeonatos. Tá tendo uma quantidade boa, assim, de competitivo de jogos aí.
Lugia fans right there. Sorry about the news. Hey, Kyle, you taking that win? I'll give it to you.
Yep.
Needed this.
Yep, thank you.
I absolutely.
We do have word. It is a percentage.
Thank you, production, for letting me know that. And I think I said it before, and nobody corrected me.
You and your 8 friends in that first one, you were just having a great time.
Oh, 8 people, they're my buddies.
A maioria dos mundiais são tudo na mesma época, sabe? Então se começa a ter os outros também estão rolando, provavelmente.
Razwolf has defeated Isaiah Bradner in 2-1 fashion, it appears.
That is huge news,
He is going to be moving on to the top 4. Israel showing up there. That's fantastic.
My goodness. Well, we're laughing over here, but there is still a very intense competition going on. We're in our day 2. We took you through our first top 8 match, but there's still a lot to go. And we're going to have that action coming up very soon. Thank you all so much for hanging around. This is not the last time you're going to see us. We'll see you in the top 4 here at the end of our day 2. But until then, stay tuned. We're going to have some great matches.
Falei, ainda é a do top 4 ainda é hoje. Aí depois a final é amanhã. Quanto vai? Quanto vai demorar? Um pouquinho. Vou abrir o online aqui. Vou abrir os boosters, hein? Que a Maria comprou 2 boosters. Tem 2 códigos para abrir online. Vamos ver o que vem na curiosidade aqui no jogo. No booster virtual. Ainda tá em manutenção. Ah, não, vai ter a manutenção, ainda não tá, vai ser dia 20. O que será que Seraphimon faz? Nossa! Segura jogo pra caralho essa merda aí. Caralho, querer sem querer. Então. A ideia é essa, só que eu achei que daria pra digitar. Esse aqui é o Victini. Esse é qual? Ah, o deck do Miraidon. Deck do Miraidon. Você já jogava Pokémon ou começou agora? Não, eu já jogava, mas eu parei um tempão, assim, tá ligado? Tipo, a última vez que eu joguei foi há 10 anos atrás, foi o 2015. Tanto que o deck que eu tinha aqui era o do Noivern ainda, lá de trás. Agora eu voltei a jogar semana passada. Galera aqui da minha cidade animou jogar e chamaram eu falei, bora. Aí eu voltei semana passada. Mas como Pokémon não muda muito, diferente dos outros TCG que muda pra caralho, é tranquilo acompanhar. Aí pra treinar um pouquinho eu baixei o online dele, né, pra dar uma brincada. Aqui, ele leu. Que ele lê ali. Mas não tenho código, eu não quero código. Não, mas Yu-Gi-Oh! Você tá ligado que Yu-Gi-Oh! Chega a ser pior, né? Porque Yu-Gi-Oh! Ele não atualiza só o jogo, ele atualiza as mecânicas, né, cara? Então o cara que parou lá no GX, ele tá fudido voltando agora, né? Ele assusta demais com o jogo, tá ligado? Deixa eu ver se funciona assim. Você consegue ler, cara? Ou você é muito ruim? Na minha cam é muito ruim. Se minha cam focasse, ela conseguia ler lá. Aí daria pra pegar. Ah, ela não consegue. Ela não tem foco de perto. Aqui, ó, os pés. Caralho, cadê o campo pra inserir o código, né, velho? O de céu não tem ligação com o PC? Não, dá pra baixar no céu, mas eu prefiro jogar no PC, né? Yu-Gi-Oh! Tá chato pra caralho. Pera aí, já leio. Leia aí, pô. Olha lá, não consegue ler, tá vendo? É que a K é muito boss, né? Caralho, mas eu tenho certeza que eu tinha conseguido digitar. Onde que foi a opção quando eu digitei da outra vez? Eu tinha feito uma bagaça pra digitar. Literalmente vence quem pega o combo primeiro. Mas, cara, Yu-Gi-Oh! Desde que acelerou, vamos dizer assim, sem ser GOT, é mais ou menos essa base aí, tá ligado? Tipo, a não ser que os decks vão de Go em Second, que fala, né? Tipo, que você obrigatoriamente joga indo segundo, porque a estratégia dele é voltada pra isso. Não tem muito o que fazer. Tipo, o jogo se baseia nisso, tá ligado? Ah, eu acho que é isso mesmo, Gil. Desculpa a burrice aí. Obrigado. Caralho, como eu sou burro. Aí, veio o bust. Nice. Só resgatar. Vamos ver. Snover, Krogank, Grafaiai, Revile, Rebel Guest, Spiriton, Palped, Kirlia, Sherry, King Gambit, Fleet, Slowbro. Beleza. Tinha nenhuma delas. Já era. É, querendo ou não, o CCG ganha mais público, principalmente por ele ser free, né? Você não tem que investir, né, nada ali. E o Runeterra, geralmente, ele é mais convidativo.
We are going to see how it's going to pan out here. One more slot in our top 4, Ross. We get to guide you viewers at home to see who is going to take it. Jesse Parker with that Miraidon, or Michael Davidson there with the Reggie Drago. Could we see 3 in top 4, or will we see the counter in Miraidon finish it off?
Coitado do Lug, ele não conseguiu subir. Ele empatou ali pra quase subir, mas ele perdeu. O cara do Lugia perdeu.
If they win, they get to play Ian Robb with Reggie Drago, and there's a chance that the finals will be Raz Wolp with Reggie Drago. Jesse Parker could be going Reggie Drago, Reggie Drago, Reggie Drago, or we could have the World Championship final that nobody saw coming. Miraidon against Roaring Moon, they're opposite sides of the bracket. That could actually happen. And I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that there is not a single person out there.
Ian Robb, Senosuke e o Haas. Ah, não. O Senosuke, ele tá de Roaring Moon.
No, I mean, Iron Thorns are... Can see with Reggie Drago.
Então, basicamente, tem um Roaring Moon já no top 4, 2 Regi Drago. É, sem ser os 4 Regi Drago no top 8, os outros é tudo um só. Nenhum Gardevoir no top 8. Fazer o quê? É a hard o Gardevoir. Conseguir performar bem, os decks estão muito absurdos.
That stage right there with that table, as we do see Jesse Parker on our left there, piloting that Miraidon deck, and then we do see Michael Davidson there on the right with that Reggie Drago deck. So I cannot wait to see who is going to take the crown here and secure themselves in top 4. You know, Jesse Parker, you know, has some really good finishes this season. You know, has the 5th place there in Peoria. And a lot of other
É um
finishes
Miraidon e
there
um
as
Regidrago
well, with the
agora.
Pittsburgh finalist, Peoria, top 8, Knoxville, top 32, Indianapolis, top 32, all this season, might I say. But then Michael Davidson over there, Indianapolis, top 32, Pittsburgh, top 16, Columbus, NAIC, top 8 as a senior, and then Hartford, regional champion as a senior as well. So both players done really well, and no stranger to these big stages.
And of course, Michael Davison there, not long out of the senior division, a very new Master Division player, and playing here in the top 8 of the World Championships. That is not too bad at all. And you say, Jesse Parker just having a ridiculously good season there, but no wins to show for that season. And Jesse here, let's face it, you start 13-0, well, you're going to be in a very good position here.
Yeah, and you think it's interesting, right? Because you've got two tales of momentum. Jesse Parker saying, you know what? I can look from this stage. I can look out to the playing area at all of you and say, not one of you have beaten me so far this weekend. But then you got Michael who's saying, well, I just had to play in that play-in. I got in here, so you could argue that the momentum is on his side as well. Both players are going to be extremely confident here in this top 8 match. Now, remember, viewers at home, the winner of this best of 3 will secure themselves a slot in the top 4, our last slot here. And the loser, well, their tournament ends here, Ross, at the 2024 World Championship. Both players are shuffling up here. I cannot wait to get this started.
But here's the thing, right? Top 8 at Worlds, phenomenal achievement, the kind of achievement we all dream of, an achievement that the vast majority of players will never achieve. But when you get here, you feel like, well, you know, how likely actually is it here that I'm ever going to get this chance again? I need to make the most of it. So that is, you know, it's great that you're here, but you kind of need to make the most of it. And especially with Jesse, undefeated right now, this is pretty gosh darn awesome. By the way, we talk about Jesse Parker. I've said 12-0, I've said 13-0. Technically 12-0, but it does show us 13-0 on the match slip because, of course, essentially didn't play that previous round. Got straight into top 8. So if anyone's wondering why we said both, that's the reason we've said both.
If you do look at the prizes there, Michael has prized the Squawkabilly, a fantastic card using your turn 1 and 1 copy of Regidrago. And then Jesse has prized that
Regidrago ali doeu pouco, aquele Squawkabilly vai ficar inútil.
But I think it's safe to say, Ross, nothing, you know, game-breaking there.
Not game-breaking, but I don't like having free energy prized if I'm Jesse. The more energy you've got prized, the lower percentage chance you have of hitting, especially double energy of your electric generator. And frankly, I want to. Jesse, we've heard, has been hitting very well of electric generator, been drawing very well throughout the tournament, as Miraidon often does. So having a bunch of energy prize can be a little bit of a pain. So it does look like the players are getting ready to go here. We see a handshake, and we are off with our final top 8 game of the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. And it looks like we see Michael going first here, and we know that Miraidon can have some fun going second.
Ai, jogou 1000 na mesa.
Regidrago needs to go first, and Michael is going to kick us off here in our top 8B feature match. Has led his Mew EX, that restart ability and a genome hacking attack. Jesse Parker has led Miraidon EX, that tandem unit ability and that photon blaster attack. Michael Davison is currently concluding that Nest what's being played. They're going to allow him to grab a basic Pokemon, in this case Regidrago, and pop it straight on the bench.
Yeah, Regidrago, of course, you need that nice and early. And you said about Regidrago going first, you're right. It's not a basic deck. It's an evolution deck. You need to get your Regidrago V and evolve it.
Já jogou Magic Arena? Não, o Arena não. Dos simuladores, o único que eu não joguei é de Magic, porque o Magic eu dropei há muito tempo. Jogava pra caralho na época. Foi basicamente, vamos dizer assim, não digo TCG principal, porque é difícil você focar em jogar vários TCGs simultâneos. Mas todos os TCGs mais populares de físico que tem no Brasil, eu joguei todos. Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokémon, agora eu voltei, né? E o Digimon também. Tudo bem que o Digimon não é tão popular no BR. Mas eu tenho o deck aqui e joguei também. Eu até jogaria Vanguard também, quando tava meio em alta uma época, mas ninguém da minha cidade tinha e tava muito caro Vanguard. Aí eu não comprei. Agora eu tenho ainda minhas coisas de Yugi, tenho um deck de Digimon ainda, né? Eu tinha dois, um eu passei, porque tava parado aqui, eu não tava jogando muito. E tenho um de Pokémon, que é da rotação atual, né, no caso. Aí eu tenho o antigo lá que eu falei de 10 anos atrás aqui parado. Umas pá de carta largada aqui. Antiga também. Agora tem algumas coisinhas novas que eu tô comprando de novo, né? E é isso. Magic eu não tenho mais nada, passei tudo pra frente.
And Michael puts that Red Drago in the active, knowing that a good turn from Jesse here will leave it in the discard pile, and Jesse up by 2 prizes.
So it looks like Jesse is going to have his first turn here, going to activate that tandem unit ability, one of the best abilities in the game, letting you search your deck for 2 basic lightning Pokemon and pop them straight onto your bench. Looks like Jesse is going to do a little bit of a prize card check here, going to work out what is available to him.
Radiant Greninja ali.
Moon, Earth, Luna, worth keeping an eye on that. But nothing, as we said, the prizes there were just on the left, nothing too impactful.
No, but I'm looking at Jesse here, right?
Okay.
And I'm seeing that we've got a bunch of energy in the prizes, which is not ideal. 3 in the prizes, right?
Yes.
And I'm also looking and I'm seeing, I think there were 4 energy in hand.
Yeah, there was quite.
7 out of 16 energy which aren't in the deck. You know what that means? That means that actually, when you play those electric generator, you know, you're expecting.
Meu Deus, ele abriu de 4 energia elétrica ainda assim. Tá doido? Ele jogou o Poffin, né? Ah não, não foi Poffin não, foi a habilidade do Miraidon. Parça. Arvin vai pegar a ferramenta e vai pegar um item.
The odds are, that is a fantastic point actually, as we are going to see that tandem unit concluding, going to grab the Raikou and the Miraidon as well. But we do see this Arvin being played. Now you're right, we could be seeing an electric generator being grabbed here just to try and keep up the tempo. We do see a Prime Catcher in Jesse's hand there, worth noting. And we do see the Forest Seal Stone currently in the hand here as well. So let's see what Jesse does target here. Looks like we are going to be riding the electric generator train still though.
Gerador elétrico e skate do resgate. Ou rescue board, né, no caso.
But I tell you what though, if this electric generator hits 2, we just attach 1 for turn, we attach the rescue board, retreat, and boom! That's going to be 2 prize cards for Jesse straight away.
It is, and the day I see a Miraidon player play a turn 1 Arvin and not get an electric generator, I mean, I don't even want to think about that. It is unconscionable. That's what you do with Miraidon.
Oh, and here we go, Ross. The electric generator is going to be played. 2 energy there.
Ele até rezou. Uma só. Se ele pegasse mais uma ali, ele matava, hein? Ele já começava matando o Regidrago. Mas também tem 3 energias na prêmio, abriu com 4 na mão. Se tiver mais energia no deck, esse cara aí tá cagado. Zard tá meta, só que é totalmente diferente, né? As coisas de Charizard da rotação antiga não é as mesmas de agora, né? Mas Charizard é meta. Ah, todo meta que tem Charizard livre, ele tá jogando. Charizard é jogar safe. Jogou com Charizard, tu tá jogando de meta. Muito raro quando o Charizard não está no meta. É tipo Mewtwo, só que o Mewtwo aqui, nesse meta ele tá fraquinho. Tá no meta, tem como jogar, né? Na rotação, mas tá meio fraquinho. Perto dos outros decks. Mas o Zard tá forte. Tá bem fortinho. Ele só não topou muito nesse Mundial aí porque existe Regidrago, senão ele se destacaria mais. Regidrago meio que roubou o lugar dele.
So it looks like we saw the Star Alchemy being used, going to grab the Squawkabilly. Prime Catcher into the Mew. That's going to get the
Trocou pelo Mew, Squawkabilly.
We're going to see a manual attachment there to the Raikou. And it looks like we're going to see a Squawk and Seize, I would imagine. Now, it's going to be a lot of energy hitting the discard pile. But it's going to have to, that's just the way it's going to be. So Squawk and Seize, discard your hand to draw 6. Let's see what Jesse will
Fez o
find.
efeito do Squawkabilly, da habilidade. Tem o Ursaluna ali pra jogar atrás.
This is a deck that plays a bunch of energy and hopes you don't have to discard a bunch early while having a bunch of prize. That is a real downside to where Jesse is in this game. That is the big story as to why Jesse's not having that explosive start.
Lost Box, Lost Box, então tu não tá tão atrasado, tu não tá tão antigo assim, pô. Lost Box é recente. Lost Box ainda joga. Não é o top tier mais, mas ainda joga. Lost Box ano passado basicamente foi campeão.
Yeah, it has got the Zapdos as well that will boost basic lightning type damage. You could put that in
Lost
play
Box
as well to
ainda joga.
bolster the lightning rondo. We do see a town store being played, and that's going to grab a
Tem um monte de variante, inclusive.
Everyone's HP by 50. That's attached to. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to. We are looking at potential 2-prize KO. It's not the Photon Blaster, but it might.
O Lost Box é basicamente montar recurso para as cartas ter os efeitos, né? Então você tem que banir nas coisas, só que você tem que saber o que você tá banindo, né, entre aspas. Eu digo banimento porque lembra a mecânica de banir do Yugi. Você tem que saber bem o que você tá jogando lá na Lost Box para você não se travar também. Mas é forte.
Lightning Rondo is going to hit exactly 180. And the way the Raikou maths works here, Shay, you add up all the bench Pokemon, add 1, times it by 20, boom. That's where you go. That's how the maths works.
There you go. Some quick math there from Ross. Love to see it. So Jesse's done what he needed to do. Get a turn 1 2-prize KO. Oh, that Celestial Roar from Michael? That's not what we really need to see. Discard top 3 cards of your deck and you can attach any energy.
That hand is horrendous, Shay.
That hand is very, very bad. So I think it's Jesse's turn here. So let's see what Jesse opts to do.
I've not seen a Celestial Roar on Regidrago for so long. Let's you discard the top 3 cards of your deck, and if any energy you can attach them, it's not what you're looking for.
So it looks like we are over Jesse's side of the board here. Looks like.
Foda não abrir com energia de planta pro Ogerpon ajudar, que o Ogerpon fica pesado na mesa mesmo.
If we can get the Photon Blaster off here, that would be immense pressure.
Yeah, a Photon Blaster would make such a huge difference here. Here's the Fleetfoot drawing a card. It was a Luminion, but there's no bench space to play it. You did bench lock yourself on the previous turn to get that KO, which I kind of like that. We see an energy on the
Botou energia ali naquele Miraidon. Deu a professora.
You see one more energy hit in the discard. That is 8. No, yeah. No, it's still only 7 that are unavailable because that energy and the one you attached, they both came from the prizes. So there's 9 energy, I think, that have been essentially drawn or played here, now that you've got 1 in hand. So Electric Generator, you're getting through your deck now. Your odds are going up a little bit. It's not perfect, but did we draw an Electric Generator?
We did not, so I think we just saw a Lightning Rondo there for the, 160 damage. And back over to Michael. Again, that hand, I didn't see what the top deck was, but I don't think it was particularly great. I want to see a Super Rock being played here. Going to shuffle in Pheasantipity. Was that Giratina V-Star? And then a Regidrago V-Star as well, I believe, getting shuffled back in. But yeah, I need to see what Michael's top deck was, but because we saw the turn before, we didn't see any cards being played. It was just Celestial Roar, and then back over to Jesse. So let's see what Michael does.
No, the hand was like Super Rod and a couple of Dragon Pokemon that you want to get in the discard to copy with Regidrago V-Star. There was basically nothing there. It's not an ideal situation at all. Now, it does look like we got an Arven. Is Jesse playing an Arven here?
Was that just Super Rod and Pass for Michael?
I think it was.
So now we're back over to Jesse's side of the
Você tem um Lost Box é mais ou menos, porque o Lost Box ainda tá na rotação.
Oh my goodness, Jesse,
O Lost Box ainda tá na rotação. Ele vai morrer em abril, né? Porque abril cai as coleção da letra F, né? Aí tem coisa do Lost Box que é F. Aí ele morre. Mas até abril do ano que vem ele joga.
We're just thinning the deck a little bit. There's no bench space available. But if you thin the deck, then Electric Generator. The rule is very simple. more lightning energy you have in your deck, the better chance of hitting. The fewer other cards you have in your deck, the better chance of hitting your lightning energy off your electric generator. So search out that Mew. You can't play it yet, but there's one less
O
card.
Confi mesmo, se eu não tô enganado, ele é F.
We're trying to power up that Miraidon, not for this turn,
Que é o bichinho basicamente principal pra começar o bagulho. Confi, se eu não me engano, ele é F na coleção.
Yeah, so next turn you just
Na rotação, né? A rotação dele é F.
is in for game one here quite nicely. There's no real reason for Michael to concede. We've got a long time limit on these games. We've got over an hour remaining. So there's no reason for Michael to concede super early here like there might be in Swiss. But I do think this game is as good as done at this point. There's the attachment for the turn. We're going to see the KO with Raiko's Lightning Rondo. We're going to
see it's fleet-footed first. Fleet-footed just to draw an extra card. Love to see that. Lightning.
Now we get it.
Lightning Rondo for the KO. Like Raiko taking. Oh, does top decker Professor's research there though for Michael. So won't be able to start getting back in this game. That's one card that we'd love to see. Gonna draw 7 new cards and discard the hand. We need to see some energy search. Energy switch. We need to see some basic energy at the very least. Earth and Vessel Ross, that's one step of the puzzle.
Yeah, and you get the Dragapult in the discard pile, which of course, you want your Dragon Pokemon in the discard.
O cara do Miraidon tá bem na frente já, hein?
Regidrago here, so that is an important part of the puzzle. That's a nice start.
Tá bem na dianteira já.
You get yourself some basic energy with the Earthen Vessel as well, which is lovely. And then you can, the problem is you've got no energy on the board. So you need an attachment, and then you need your energy on the Teal Mask, then a second Teal Mask, attached to that, double energy switch, V-Star, and then you can only be down by 2 prizes.
Yep. I mean, that is the line. That is the line. It's asking for a lot, but that is what Michael, we need to start piecing together if he wants to try and stay in this game. We do see Teal Mask activation there, Teal Dance, I should say, after concluding both those Earthen Vessels. We do see energy switching. There's a concession there for Michael. Jesse Parker's currently 1 game up here in our Masters Top 8B feature match. Michael wasn't really able to get in the game.
Primeira foi dele, não tinha muito o que fazer ali. Esse cara tá foda também, tá invicto. Invicto de Miraidon, inclusive.
That locks Jesse out of
Pesado.
half his energy, basically, from being able to be hit with electric generator. We saw the lightning rondo from your Raiko early, which was not ideal, but at least you got it onto a Mew. Getting it onto the Mew was a very big deal. Being able to get that KO. And then Jesse had a bit of a slow game, a bit of an awkward game, but when your opponent's doing nothing, that is absolutely enough. And that's the thing. If I'm Michael, I'm thinking, hang on a second. My opponent did not have a great game there. I just had an even worse game. So, let's head over to the replay here, remind ourselves how it happened, and here was the big...
A primeira foi rápida, 15 minutinhos, acabou.
Yeah, super impactful here for Jess, like you said. Didn't really have the best of resources available, but knew that his route to victory would be taking a 2-5 turn 1 KO, and had to go about it a sort of long-winded way, but it got there nonetheless. And that Raiko was just saying, well, if you're not going to do anything, Michael, I'm just going to Lightning Rondo again, and then that was pretty much all she wrote. Michael did have 1 turn to try and piece together a comeback, but unfortunately wasn't able to, and just, well, that was all she wrote. Picked all the cards up, just have a nice, quick game 1 then. Jesse, big sigh of relief. And make no mistake about it, even though Michael didn't really piece together a lot, like you said, Jesse didn't have the greatest of resources to work with, but still had to close the door there on that game 1, and did exactly that.
Yeah, did a good job there, doing what you needed to do. And both players are going to be, and that's the thing, you know, Jesse had a pretty convincing game 1 victory. Both players are going to be looking for a better start going into game 2. Both players are going to look for their deck to cooperate a little bit more. For Michael, get your Regidrago V-Star, get your 280 HP Pokemon. They are high HP. They are harder for Jesse to deal with. And we know Jesse has beaten a bunch of Regidrago this weekend. It's a matchup that he's pretty confident with. He's already 1 game up. But there is a route here for Michael to take a bunch of prizes, you know, maybe get some, you know, Kyurem. There's a lot of Pokemon that are 220 or less in Jesse's deck. So you can double Kyurem, and you can actually get a 6-prize turn with a double Kyurem attack. It's a possibility.
It is a possibility here, and it looks like Michael will let Jesse
Começou de Radiante Greninja, sozinho. Ultra Ball. Nossa, 3 energia de novo ali. É, o outro ali deu meio merda, hein? 2 Ogerpon na prize e a Prime Catcher na prize é meio bunda.
For Michael, he only plays 3 Teal Mask Ogerpon. And you really want 2 on the board, so you can Teal Dance, double energy switch, get your Regidrago going in a single turn. That is going to be a little bit awkward for Michael, because he's only going to be able to get 2 energy on the board per turn. That is not enough to power up a Regidrago. It means every turn's energy attachment is going to be a little more important.
Yep, those energy attachments are going to be crucial. As it looks like Jesse here is concluding it quite seriously. Ultra Ball by the looks of it. Gonna grab that Miraidon EX.
Botou o Miraidon, deu efeito do Miraidon.
Pop them on the bench and gonna do a little prize check, prize card search as well.
Yeah, it's gonna find out that for the second game in a row there are free energy prizes. Now look, when you're playing 16 energy in a 60 card deck,
Botou
you do expect some to be prized. Let's be honest. About a quarter of your deck is energy, so you would expect 1.5 prize per game. Having 3 prize 2 games in a row, that's above odds.
It really is, but you know, managed to get away with it in game 1. So let's see if we can get away with it again. You know, currently sitting at undefeated record. It's like Blood Moon soon is going to get benched as well.
Squawkabilly,
we're going to see those Squawkabilly.
Ursaluna.
I've not actually had a chance to consult Jesse's hand here. Let's have a little gander what was
Squawkabilly vai dar draw de uma mão nova.
I wonder if Jesse's going to try and get some energy on the board of electric generators. Let's see if Squawkabilly gave him, and the answer is no. But we do see a Forest Hill Stone though.
Yeah, but there's no way to get out the active now. Your only rescue board is prized. You've gotten rid of 1 switch cart. Oh, side note, the second switch cart is prized.
Oh, goodness.
So, yeah. I think the only switching left in Jesse's deck right now is Prime Catcher. Because there's 2 switch cards, 1 in the discard, 1 in the prizes. 1 rescue board in the prizes. Yeah, I think you have to manually retreat that Greninja or play Prime Catcher. I think that's literally the only ways to get it out the active. Less than ideal, Shay.
No, you're right, less than ideal, but at least Greninja does have a 1 retreat cast. It's not like trying to maneuver something huge out the way. But you're right, energy, don't really want to be attached to Greninja if possible. But you're right, that Squawkabilly getting rid of the switch cart, that's all she wrote
Pegou o
for.
Charme.
As that was like Town Store is going to grab a Bravery Charm there. Not sure where that's going to get attached to this turn. If not, but if it does, the basic Pokemon is attached to, we'll get 50 extra HP.
Yeah, 50 extra HP is quite nice. Give a little more survivability to those Pokémon. It can take a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Deu Radiante Greninja, descartou energia para 2
There
draw.
are some things you can do there to play around with the maths a little bit. So, what have we got coming down here? We've got the
Colocou energia no Miraidon.
puts it up to 270. We've got an
Colocou a Forest no Seastone no amigo e passou.
that we generally wanted there. But remember, that's turn 1.
Yes.
Michael has a turn, doesn't attack. It's next turn that Jesse needs the big explosive
Earthen Vessel vai pegar 2 energias.
As we do see, Michael going to kick his turn off there with an Earthen Vessel. Going to discard that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. Love to get that in the discard pile nice and early. That Rolling Iron can be copied, obviously, via that Apex Dragon. And that Rolling Iron will do 200 damage and reduce damage done to itself by 80 next turn.
Yeah, that's always going to be fun. Give yourself that extra survivability. 280 damage is not really what Miraidon loves hitting. 220, that's the magic number. That's what Miraidon's really going for. That's what you get with your Raikou. That's what you get with Miraidon. Zapdos puts it up to 230. Getting up to 280, yeah, that's a little bit more of an ask. So you're trying to avoid the Regidrago V-Star as much as possible. It's why these
Tá no Yu-Gi-Oh ainda? Cara, Yu-Gi-Oh não me atualizei nos decks na vida real, né? Que nem eu falo zoando, né? Mas tipo nas cartas físicas, tá ligado? Porque eu não tinha cacife e aqui na minha cidade diminuiu muito a galera que joga. Então não valia a pena continuar investindo. O deck mais recente que eu montei, que já tem 2 anos que não tem atualização dele, é o Melf. É um deckzinho full for fun, tá ligado? Se eu gastei R$160 pra fechar ele, foi muito. Tipo, é um deck for funzaço, tá ligado? Mas ele é muito legalzinho. Joguei alguns campeonatos com ele na época. Sem ser ele, tipo, desde lá faz um tempão que eu não invisto em Yugi, tá ligado? Mas eu acompanho, tipo, jogo Master Duel quando tem evento, vejo o competitivo dele, como é que tá o jogo, tá ligado? Acompanho os decks que tá sendo lançado. Mas investir no jogo eu não invisto faz um tempinho.
Here comes the only Teal Mask Ogre available in the deck with an energy attached to it. Draw a card, there's an energy switch, that's good. Problem is, there's only one Red Dragon.
Mas eu acompanho sim. Yu-Gi-Oh! Eu sempre gostei, né? Eu sempre fui entusiasta desde que eu comecei a jogar pra valer mesmo. Já faz mais de 10 anos. É, porque eu digo assim porque, por exemplo, eu voltei a jogar, mas quanto tempo que eu não invisto em um deck, tá ligado? Que eu não faço melhorias realmente de fato ou monto alguma coisa nova, mais ou menos uns 2 anos. Porque o Melf é de 2022. Deixa eu bater uma pesquisa rapidinha aqui pra ter certeza. Aqui, ó, esse deck aqui, ó. Montei por causa da Maria, mas eu acabei gostando. Olha lá, a última atualização dele foi na Power of Element. Power of Element, pra você ter uma noção, é uma Booster Box de agosto de 2022. Nós estamos em agosto de 2024. Exatamente 2 anos. Foi o que eu falei. Exatamente 2 anos sem montar algo atualizado.
Didn't quite manage to see what it was, unfortunately, but it looks like we are going to see an Arven being played here as well. Now, this is going to give us some insight. Worth noting, Jesse still does have Star Alchemy available, so Arven can grab a tool card and an item. And
não é como se eu não tivesse, tipo, pegado uma cartinha ou outra por fora pra algum outro deck, mas, tipo, atualizar mesmo, tá ligado? Pegar coisa nova. Faz uns 2 anos mesmo, se for pensar.
And actually not looking for a tool there. I don't know if there's any really.
I don't think there's any left after these town store activations.
Deck Alien. Alien da época do 5DS. Bom, tinha os antigos, mas ele foi virar um deck de fato na época do 5DS. Maneiro, Alien.
That'll do very nicely indeed. And here's the thing, now you can manually attach to Greninja if you've got an energy. You can manually attach to retreat and get it out the active. I don't know if I saw an energy in Jesse's hand though.
But it looks like he's using Star Alchemy to go fetch it. Could just be a basic energy. Could grab the Prime Catcher. I think probably just want to grab the energy. You really want to try and remove that Reggie Drago V if you can. Could use a double turbo energy if you like. That would work. Can grab any card you like here, Jesse. This is a fantastic place to be.
No, this is lovely. That's why we play Star Alchemy. It lets you go and search for any card you like. And it looks like it was that double turbo energy. And let's face it, it just had to be something to get Greninja out the active.
Yep.
If you want to go after your Teal Mask Ogapom, well, then you go and get your Prime Catcher. If you want the active, and very important, double turbo is the correct call here, because it can't be accelerated.
Piraidon vai matar esse Regidrago, Phantom Blaster.
Sorry, Shay.
Yes, I was about to say, but it looks like we are going to see this Photon Blaster KO here. And that is devastating for Michael. No Reggie Drago V in play. Looks like doesn't play the
vai botar o Gerpon. Tem que rezar pra esse Gerpon te virar o jogo, que senão você tá morto, amigo.
Yeah, leave Myriad Shower we've seen can work. We've seen it KO Miraidon on stream this weekend, but it only works with many Teal Mask Ogapom.
Yes.
Because I believe, what we're looking at, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you need 4 energy onto a Teal Mask Ogapom to do 240 and get the KO. And right now, there is, how much energy is actually on it at the moment?
1.
Yeah, so you can attach for turn, and you can Teal Dance.
Yep.
And you're still 1 energy short.
Worth noting it has a Bravery Charm attached as well, so it's currently at 270 HP. So we are going to say that Teal Dance activation, going to draw a card there and attach the energy. I think that's Professor's Chorus scenario. Oh, goodness gracious me. That is not the hand you want.
Terrible hand.
Oh, no. Michael Davidson, is there a way to navigate out of this? Only has 2 prize Pokemon in play as well. Worth noting, Photon Blaster, but you do have to maneuver your Miraidon if you do want to attack next turn. But yeah, looks like we're going to see an energy switch onto the Squawkabilly Professor's Chorus scenario and then bench the Teal Mask Ogapon and use Motivate. Oh, Till Mask again. Till Dance, I should say.
Just to draw an extra card. See one more card.
Nossa, que bosta.
The hand is Regidrago V-Star 2 Fire
Que
Energy.
bosta, hein?
There are no real relevant attacking options on the board, and you're using
Deu o ataque do Squawkabilly ali pra pôr energia, só deu 20 de dano.
main attacker, and it's not going to take much for Jesse to KO this Squawkabilly, go up by 4 prizes and get into
Puta
a
merda, hein?
phenomenal position.
É, eu acho que o amiguinho ali de Regidrago vai de base. Quem diria, o Regidrago mamando aí pro Miraidon.
Yeah, does still need to maneuver around, because Photon Blast, you can't attack 2 turns in a row. Does have electric generators, could power up the Raikou, that is a possibility.
You can just retreat into the Raikou at this point. Like, it's not the most efficient use of your energy, but you can.
You definitely can. We did see
Ultra Ball
here being played. He's going to thin the deck a little bit, but yeah, goodness gracious me. Jess has a whole multitude of ways. Does have a bench slot open actually, so could just grab Luminion. Boss's orders perhaps.
Ultra Ball pra Luminion.
Or Luminion for Arven to grab Prime Catcher to reset as well. So many, a myriad of options here for Jesse.
And now this turn, I adore Prime Catcher.
Yeah.
Prime Catcher onto that Teal Mask Gogapon. Get a 2-prize KO. Leave your opponent with just a
Até entendo às vezes, mas sei lá. É porque ele consegue chegar no Prime Catcher, né? Que nem falou. Se ele mata o Orgepon agora, o cara tá na bala. Parando pra pensar, né?
Could use electric generator to attach energy onto the Raikou. Does have basic energy in hand. Jesse, does have a few options.
Rapaz, não consigo entender nada do que tá rolando. Cara, pior que Pokémon é mais simples. Porque como já tá basicamente o duelo encaminhado aí, eu nem tô explicando muita coisa, tá ligado? Mas é sempre, sério mesmo, é bem simples. Mas pegar o bonde andando assim é meio complicado mesmo. Ah, ele meteu o gerador. Meteu pra 2 ainda. Aí o cara se fudeu. Luminion vai buscar um apoiador. Vai pegar um Arven. O Arven vai pegar Prime Catcher, provavelmente. Falei? Arven. Arven vai de Prime Catcher e algum outro item. É ela mesmo.
This is going to take out the Teal Mask Gogapon, Shay. It is going to leave Michael with just 1 Squawkabilly with 1 energy on the board. And I don't know if Michael can come back from that. And if he
Cara, vai ser ferrado, hein, velho. Se lascou, amigo. Prime Catcher, trocou. Vai queimar um Flat Flooded também. Raikou voltou de novo pelo próprio recuo, né? Sem ser da Catcher. E agora ele vai porradar o Gerpon com 220. Matou. 2 prêmios. O cara vai subir só o Squawkabilly, que é o último, e rezar. Perdeu. Perdeu. Foda-se. Perdeu. Mas foi bonito, hein? Meu Deus do céu, amassou, velho.
Wow, what a top 8 performance that was for Jesse Parker.
Passou o trator.
From being able to do anything. Now, make no mistakes, in that game too, Michael didn't draw the best, but Jesse still had to navigate.
Top 4 vai ser 2 Regidrago, 1 Horimun e 1 Miraidon. Duvidar os 2 Regidrago mama antes da final. Final não tem nenhum Regidrago. Bateu bem. Deck Troll. Deck Troll é uma categoria que muita gente gosta, né? Porque geralmente esse tipo de deck ele não é caro, justamente porque ele não é 100% funcional. A funcionalidade dele é mais encher o saco do que ganhar jogos. E geralmente por isso eles são baratos, né? Eles não são decks caros, então eles têm uma certa popularidade.
In a row is absolute madness when you really think about it. But we just saw the power of that Miraidon deck, right? Just taking these quick, fast KOs, and it really forces your opponent to answer these questions early. And if you falter at all, then the Miraidon will just keep swinging over and over again, and that's exactly what Jesse did. But I do want to give maximum commiserations there to Michael Davidson. Unfortunately, didn't draw the best there in that game too, but Jesse did have to still play and navigate his way perfectly to close that game out. We saw little micro decisions like the Star Alchemy to grab the DTE to make sure that the electric generators had more chances to hit, and it's those little micro decisions over the course of a whole day that I'm sure has all added up to his undefeated record.
Yeah, like you say, little things like getting that double turbo so you've got a greater chance for your electric generator. Things like being willing to pay the manual retreat, but only when you've dug enough that you know that it has to be done. Things like this are absolutely big. It's Miraidon, you know, people think of it as this fast, aggressive, straightforward deck, and compared to some it can be, but it takes a lot of skill and a lot of practice and a lot of experience to pilot it as effectively as Jesse is showing here at the World Championships. And I mean, we can see why we've got a perfect record here. And we don't see this really, like, ever. You know, even in the biggest tournaments, generally speaking, people get themselves towards top cut, and when they're locked for top 8, they just, you know, they ID. They're like, you know what, I'm going to make top 8, I'm going to ID. Now, partly it's because there's, you know, fewer rounds here and a smaller day 2 and all of that, but I can't remember the last time I saw somebody go actual perfect record into top cut.
No, I can't remember that either. And then continuing to just keep winning as well is just incredible. Didn't drop a game there in that top 8 either.
No, 2-0, nice and clean. Well, let's take a look at the replay here and see how Jesse did it. Of course, it's Miraidon, so electric generators were involved. Game 1, we saw the Mew coming into the active and the big KO with that Raikou, taking 2 prizes nice and early in the game, and Michael just unable to really get anything going there. So Jesse just got the 2-hit KO on the next Regidrago because you weren't worried. But of course, by that point, Miraidon's got free energy on, and that means that Photon Blaster is absolutely live.
If you look at a hand like that, there's not many games you're going to be able to navigate out of that, and that's all she wrote for game 1. In game 2, you know, Jesse did get to go first, putting the hands together there for the electric generators, and there we go. When the electric generators are hitting like that, you're going to win a lot of games. It's quite an easy scenario. Big Photon Blaster there to remove the
Mas vão ficar falando 10 anos da porra da partida. Ah, não tem mais o que fazer, né? Até passar o tempo da rodada.
You're not really going to be in a good time. And there we did see the Photon Blaster removing that Teal Mask Ogerpon. And that was all she wrote, realistically. There was the concession as Jesse secures his place in top 4. And look at the emotion. You can see how much it means to him. But I do think we are going to hear from him now with our winners interview. So let's get down to the stage.
Thank you, Shay. Yes, that's right. I'm here with your top 8 winner, our very first winner moving forward. Congratulations, Jesse Parker.
Thanks, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. There's so much to say about what we've witnessed here. Not only are you the #1 seed, you're doing it undefeated, something we haven't seen in 20 years with Sugiyoshi Yamato doing this. It's happened.
I was wondering if it had happened yet. A lot of people were telling me no, but 20 years ago? Okay, that's fine.
You're in very good company right now, I'll tell you that. Yes, amongst all of the legends, you are performing something we haven't seen in so long. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to process, honestly. I know everybody says the same thing, like it hasn't sunk in yet, but it really hasn't sunk in yet. So it's probably going to take me a week to digest everything that's happened today, but it means everything. Like, this season's been a killer for me, and everything's been going so good, and this event's just been amazing so far.
What does it mean to do this not only at the World Championship stage, but with Miraidon? Miraidon, the deck that's been with you all the way, and you finally find the perfect opportunity to bring it back and perform at the top stage. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I was saying this in my stream match yesterday, but I started the season playing Miraidon because I felt it was a really good spot. I played it at last year's Worlds with Path to the Peak in the deck, and then I got second at the first regional with it, and then top 8 at the next regional. And then Charizard became a 30% meta share, and I'm like, yeah, I got to put the deck down. So I took like a 6-month break from the deck, played other decks, but now Miraidon, ever since Twilight Masquerade and now Pheasantipity and Shrouded Fable, the deck is back on top. So it feels good because
I really enjoy playing it.
It's been waiting for you, and sure enough, it's found the perfect opportunity. Now, of course, you just won a top 8 game. You're moving into the top 4. Does that add a little more pressure when you sit down for a top 8 game, understanding what's at stake? Yes, you're playing to move in further in the World Championships, 2 matches away from potentially being a champion, but also you're locking up invites, baby. You're in a good spot now.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm trying not to like think about it so much. I'm just kind of like trying to stay in limbo because I feel like if I think about it too much, I'm going to psych myself out. So I just got to play another couple games and then we'll think about it when I'm finished. I got to keep my head on straight right now because it's a little crazy.
Well, you've got one more match ahead of you, at least for today. Hopefully we have one more to see you tomorrow in the championship. Is there anyone that you want to shout out? I know your sister's probably kayaking somewhere, but who else is here for you?
Yeah, I'm not sure if she made it back yet, but thanks to my sister Deanna for coming to Worlds with me. It's been a great trip. My testing group, JW Creewall, Michael Zeely, Andrew Mahone, Riley Holbert, all the Tricky Gym guys. My sponsor, Rose Poke, Brian, he's here. He's been a great support, so shout out to him. My family, my mom, my dad, my brother Luke. Yeah, they're all helped support me get to where I am today, so it's been awesome.
Well, I know it might not be your signature move. Do you want to chop it off while we send it over? Back to the casters.
And if any of my siblings are watching and you ever need someone to go with you to Hawaii, and I've got a lot of siblings, I will be there for you. That is my promise. And yeah, as Carl alluded to in the interview there, Tsukiyoshi Yamato, 2004, first official World Championships with that Team Magma deck, went undefeated all the way through and won. It was 20 years ago, Shay.
Yeah, like talk about a history lesson. All the way back at the first ever World Championships, and that Magma Groudon deck was amazing. And can that Miraidon deck do the same thing? Well, it's done a very good job of it so far. Only 2 more wins needed, and Jesse will be able to match that, winning a world title without dropping a single round. What a fantastic stat, and what a way to etch your name in the Hall of Fame along the absolute pantheon of world champions.
And it's worth noting, back in 2004, that Magma deck was a big surprise. Japanese players came and won all 3 Age divisions because it was not a deck we were prepared for, and it did not go great. What we are prepared for, though, Shay, some freebies.
Hey!
We got some free gifts for you, lovely ladies and gentlemen. We've got some Twitch drops and giveaways going throughout this weekend, like, for instance, these Pokemon Trading Card Game Live Twitch drops you can see on your screen here.
Yeah, who doesn't love freebies? I love freebies. And you can get yourself these nice Worlds-themed deck box, sleeve, and coin. Look at the back of that coin. Come on. And you can get some packs and some crystals and coins credits there as well. So if you want that, make sure you're watching on Twitch and activate those Twitch drops, I should say. Watch and earn. Who doesn't love that? Pokemon TCG Live. Fantastic way to play the Pokemon TCG online. And you can earn these free cosmetics, packs, credits, and crystals there as well.
Well, that sounds good, right?
Okay.
But sometimes I don't want to have to do Twitch drops, or I want to do that, but then I'm not satiated. Sometimes I want to put in a code.
Okay.
Well, I've got wonderful news for you, Shay.
Right.
Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, Outburst Worlds 24. Put that code in and get yourself a special illustration rare Petchurunts to be used in Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
Yeah, look at that artwork. Nice artwork and a really good card as well. That Subjugating Chains ability can be really good at beating those Snorlax decks and just giving you a lot of movement. And don't sleep on that Irritated Outburst. Not a bad little attack there as well. So if you want to get your hands on that Petrunt EX for free, don't forget, just pop in that code there, Outburst Worlds 24, and you get your hands on that for your Pokemon TCG Live account.
And I love me some Pokemon Trading Card Game. I think I've made that pretty clear over the past many years.
Okay.
But I'm also partial to the Pokemon video game. I play all the games when they come out. I didn't play Scarlet or Violet. I played Scarlet and Violet. Good news, we've got a code to get Tomoya Agawa's 2023 World-winning Sylveon. And all you need to do is use that code Sleep Talk Worlds with the O as a 0. And you know what? I'm going to do that on my Scarlet and my Violet, and you can't stop me, Shay.
Nope, there's nothing I can do about that. And if you want to do that as well, I recommend it. All you got to do is punch in that little code there. Remember, replace that O with a 0, Sleep Talk Worlds, and you can get yourself a World Championship winning Sylveon. And you know what, that seems pretty good to me. What's better than the Sylveon? A Sylveon that has won the World Championships.
Yeah, was winning Sylveon pretty gosh darn nice, if I do say so myself. So yeah, make sure you're joining in on all of that. The Twitch drops, the Pokemon TCG live code for the Petra Run, and the Scarlet and Violet code for the Sylveon. These are things that you need to be picking up. We're celebrating Worlds here. That sounds like a pretty good way to celebrate Worlds.
Celebrating Worlds is a fantastic way of putting it, and I want you to get that freebie stuff at home. So make sure you do that, but do that while you got the stream on. I don't want you to go anywhere, you know what I mean? Keep the
Fica
stream on.
gostosinho, cara. Pokémon sempre foi um TCG que eu sempre achei gostoso, mas TCG é aquela parada que é legal de jogar quando tem galera, né? Ainda mais eu que gosto de jogar físico. O que me deu uma animada pra eu voltar foi a galera da minha cidade ter voltado. Hoje mesmo eu fui jogar à tarde e joguei contra 3 pessoas diferentes, 3 decks diferentes. Então, tipo, aí é maneiro. Você é de onde? Eu sou do interior de São Paulo, cara. Quase divisa com Minas. Na minha cidade, ainda bem que faz um bom tempinho tem uma loja oficial que o cara traz todo tipo de produto de TCG. Ele só não é lojista oficial de Pokémon. Tipo, ele não tem, né, a licença pra ter campeonato oficial e tal. Mas provavelmente ele vai tirar. Se ele já tá trazendo produto, ele vai tirar também. Mas dos outros TCGs ele tem. Ele é loja oficial de Yu-Gi, loja oficial de Magic, loja oficial de Digimon. Dos outros TCG ele tem. Aí nós joga lá.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, you know, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, you know, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and great.
Ô, o moleque é bom, filho. Ele treinou fora, aí um primeiro evento grande ele pegar top 16 é que ele treinou bem, né? Nem todo mundo que entra num evento competitivo, mesmo depois de treinar, pega um top tão rápido, tá ligado? Moleque manja.
My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun. I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerfs, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start, you know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
trading card game World Championships well underway and just a few matches remaining. We're about to get into our first of 2 top 4 matches to be featured today. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined at the desk by Pablo Tablemon Mesa. We have seen some incredible games thus far. We know that an American is guaranteed to make it to the final match based on the other side of the bracket, but we'll be looking at the opposite side for this match. Pablo, how are you feeling at this point in the tournament?
I mean, I can only describe this as what we just saw from our previous match. It's electric. Yeah, I feel the energy. It's been amazing to see all these high-level plays, these really back and forth, very quick and aggressive decks come all the way to the top. That's exactly what we're going to have with this top 4 match.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. Let's take a look at the bracket at the moment, how things have broken down to get us to this point into our top 4. Of course, we just saw Jesse Parker take down Michael Davidson to put his ticket into the semifinals, where he will be facing off against Ian Robb. That'll be the other match to be featured after this one. We are going to be showcasing Shinosuke Shiokawa from Japan and Raz Wope. Very much looking forward to this match. It's going to be Roaring Moon EX, perhaps the biggest surprise deck of our top cut, up against the least surprising deck, Regidrago V-Star.
Yep, and I mean, you have to imagine he's gone through quite a few Regidrago V-Stars to get to this point, right? And I do want to give a shout out to
Pensei já papatador jogando de Roaring Moon, né? Completamente off, assim. Não que o Roaring Moon não for não é meta, né? Não é forte, mas não era um que apostariam chegar num top 4.
I was more thinking along the lines of, maybe a Zard player would tech it in and then regret that decision because they played no stall. That was my thought process. Same for an Ancient Box player. But it turns out it's a very strong option as well in this Turbo Roaring Moon EX deck. Not only for the option to pivot around, really strong synergy with the use of Dark Patch, an item card you can only use on Darkness-type Pokemon on your bench, but it's also a pretty strong attacker at the end of the game.
Oh, it certainly is. It just keeps getting stronger and stronger, and that switching ability definitely opens up quite a bit of space. No need to dedicate switch cards into the deck. Synergizes pretty well with Prime Catcher as well. So yeah, Petron DX, probably the biggest surprise, combined with Roaring Moon EX, a card that can take down anything with that crazy frenzied gouging attack.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup, without a doubt. I have to imagine Shinosuke has practiced plenty against Regidrago V-Star, but I would honestly be kind of surprised if Raz has tested against his opponent's deck, that Turbo Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, I mean, Raz went through quite a few top players to get to this point. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be at the top of my priority list to test against Roaring Moon if I was heading to the World Championships.
Here are the rest of our top 8 decks. Of course, the story of the tournament has seemed to be Jesse Parker and his electric run thus far to the top 4. There were 4 Regidrago V-Star Teal Mask Ogerpon decks in our top 8. There's also that Raging Bolt EX deck from James Goring from Australia. Fernando Cifuentes shocking the world with Iron Thorns EX and Crushing Hammer. And then just on the outside looking in is Rahul Reddy. Got 8th place after that play-in match up against Michael Davidson with his Lugia V-Star deck. Did take away from a little of the variety, 50% of the top 8 decks being the Regidrago V-Star. Might not be everyone's favorite thing, but the deck is so strong, and it really does have so many options.
Now, is it time we talk about Ogerpon's influence in the metagame? Twilight Masquerade came out. It seemed like it was all about Dragapult, and Dragapult is the main attacker in this Regidrago V-Stars deck, but it's really Ogerpon who facilitates the deck really coming together. Same for Raging Bolt. It was non-existent basically before Ogerpon hit the field, and I want to go out on a limb and call Ogerpon the electric generator of these decks. Yeah, the equivalent to what Miraidon has. Ogerpon really gets you there every single time.
Yeah, it's a good comparison. It's more of like a 2-card combo as opposed to the 1-card combo of Generator, but the 2-card combo is guaranteed, right? If you play a Generator, you look at the top 5, you have a chance to accelerate 2 energy cards if you see them, but when you use Teal Dance on Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X, you guarantee get that energy in play, you guarantee draw a card, and when you find Energy Switch, you guaranteed are able to move it to your attacker.
Yeah, quite a few cards to get there, but I mean, decks are built around relying on that ability, and I mean, clearly it's worked out so far. It really put Regidrago V-Star at the very top of the metagame, and I would not be surprised to see a Regidrago deck take the whole thing down, not only because of the inherent power of the deck, but also because of the two amazing players that we have left piloting the deck.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. It's going to be very exciting to see how things conclude here. I'm extremely excited for the match we are going to have the opportunity to feature here, Pablo. Very much looking forward to it. And I think a great story to follow with these top 8 decks as well is that most often in the Pokemon trading card game, the decks that are the strongest are the ones that allow you to break the rules of the game, right? You normally are only able to attach 1 energy card per turn. All of these decks break that rule, perhaps with the exception of Iron Thorns, but you can also accelerate extra energies with Technical Machine Turbo Energize. So there are still options to get those extra energies. Extremely strong. You know, you can normally only play 1 supporter card. A lot of these decks are playing Prime Catcher, which gives you a supporter card type of effect as an item card. Yeah, it just seems too strong. You can only draw 1 card per turn, right? Teal Dance allows you to draw an additional card. If you Teal Dance again, another card. In Jesse Parker's deck, you've got Radiant Greninja. We've got Squawkabilly in many of these decks.
And that's basically a research, right, as an ability. Yeah. And then Iron Thorns is the opposite, right? It's like the strict teacher that brings everyone down to playing by the rules, right?
It keeps everyone honest.
Exactly. No broken abilities, no extra energy, no extra cards for anyone, not even itself, right? But the deck is designed to play in that slower environment, and unless the players can hit their Cancel Cologne early, just like we saw Ian Robb do, yeah, it can slow down decks enough to where it overwhelms them at that point.
Now, we got to point out the difference, really, between top 8 and top 4. I mean, because making top cut at the World Championships, I mean, an incredible accomplishment. Everyone should hold their head high about, but the difference between top 8 and top 4 is pretty massive, to be honest. I mean, you get the Pikachu trophy card. You get the Pikachu trophy itself. You get an extra Paradise Resort stamped card, right? And you also get a free invitation to next year's World Championships. I mean, what an incredible prize in and of itself.
That is a big selling point, as you mentioned. There's so much to play for between those 2 matches. It feels like one of the most momentous, right? Like, you get to top 4, you're like part of that group, but you land in the top 8, it's like you were so close to the big prize.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the change coming to the season next year, right? The top X amount of players from each rating zone getting into the World Championships. That takes a lot of pressure off of these players for their next season.
No need to compete with anyone else. You can either, I mean, play the events or not, but you're already qualified to the big party at the end of the season.
And big party indeed it is. Very much looking forward to getting into this game. We've seen some of Raz in the past at our international championships. If you watched our European broadcast streams in the past, you've definitely seen plenty of Raz. But Shinosuke is someone who may be a little unfamiliar to us, right? We don't get to see the players from Japan all that often, basically just at the World Championships. Every once in a while, someone will travel to an international championships. And Shinosuke, someone is a little unknown to us, but turns out is a great player, has made it to top 4 with the most surprising of all of our deck archetypes. And it turns out he was a Champions League champion in the Seniors Division back in 2022, won the Yokohama Seniors Division tournament.
I mean, you say back in 2022 as if it was ages ago. It's only 2 years ago, right? And so clearly a very young player, just like Michael Davidson, right? And you gotta admire how passionate these kids can be about the Pokemon trading card game.
An interesting fact as well that Kyle Pukasukovic pointed out to us is that theoretically, if a trend does follow, a Japanese player is due to win the World Championships. A Japanese player has won every 6th World Championships, dating back to 2004, 2010, 2016, and then with the break from the COVID years, it's now 2024. It's been 6 years since Shintaro Ito shocked the world with Mega Audino. Could it be Shinosuke's tournament to take down?
I mean, Team Magma's Groudon as well shocked the world as well. Petrant with Roaring Muniax definitely shocking, but I believe we have our table ready to go, Chip. Let's head down and see our players.
much looking forward to this match. Whoever wins this game, this match, will punch their ticket into Championship Sunday and play for a spot to etch themselves into the Pokemon history books, achieve the thing every Pokemon trading card game player dreams of, becoming the world champion.
Championship Sunday. I mean, that wasn't a thing when I was doing well at the World Championships, and it definitely has a lot of prestige. And I mean, just making the World Finals is incredible, and both players have a chance to do this. Raz having the results that you mentioned, top 8 at OCIC, top 8 at Bochum, regional finalist at Harrogate, and top 4 at Liverpool Regionals, looking to have that big win even.
Yes, both of these players looking for a win. As a Masters Division player for Shinosuke, as he was able to win the Champions League in Yokohama back in 2022, had some other solid finishes in the Seniors Division, and looks like this is indeed Shinosuke's very first season as a Masters Division player. What an impressive feat. We've got two extremely young players. You mentioned Michael Davidson, of course, with his top 8 run. That was cut short. Now Shinosuke keeping it up for the young guns here into our top 4.
And with what a deck, right? Like Roaring Moon EX, something completely unexpected. I had Roaring Moon in my tier list at the very bottom. I luckily bumped up Miraidon the week before Worlds a little bit higher. Turns out it was a good call. But yeah, Roaring Moon EX, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. Frenzied Gouging, of course, a way to deal with Regidrago V-Star, leaves you susceptible to our Retaliation Phantom Dive because of those damage counters. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Shinosuke approaches this, as clearly he must be prepared to deal with Regidrago.
Yeah, and I'm more interested to see what Raz does here. Now, as these players have their headsets on, we can kind of talk about these lists, and I'm looking through things here. Raz does have, you know, a couple good cards for the matchup here. Obviously, Steel Mask Ogre Pon EX is a grass type. It can hit the Roaring Moon EX for weakness. That can be an aggressive way to try to take prizes early on. But I'm noticing one thing that is missing from Raz's list that I think would normally be extremely good in this matchup. There's no Radiant Charizard.
No Radiant Charizard to offset that 2-2-2 price trade-off that has been the theme of the weekend. That would be great, right? Doesn't matter if you have weakness, doesn't matter if you want to kill your opponent each and every single time. Shinosuke's deck is designed to do that as well, right? Every single time. And between Dark Patches, the Professor Sawdust, I think going second is going to be the choice for either of these players. Whoever won the coin flip, that could be important.
We will have to get word of who is going first, who is going second. Without a doubt, will be an important part of this match. Players drawing their opening hands have to find a basic Pokemon in this opening hand of 7 to get this game underway. Raz here looking at the hands, thinking through it. Does look like he has a basic Pokemon. Shinosuke has one as well. Prize cards going out shortly.
Now, I was watching a little bit of Raz's match against Isaiah, and like, I distinctly remember Raz getting his Regidrago V-Star knocked out. He didn't have a backup Regidrago, and he was almost like doing a little bit of a dance on his chair when that happened. Now we do see triple Grass Energy being prized, a copy of Dark Patch on the other, and the single copy of Roaring Moon getting prized. And we see a key judge here, which is a way that Shinosuke can disrupt Raz's game plans.
Yeah, kind of awkward prizes. Nothing that's detrimental to the deck's overall success. That Roaring Moon, like you mentioned, is a one-of. Giratina V-Star would probably be annoying to prize in certain matchups. I don't think it's going to be as relevant here. Regidrago probably wanting to go for some of the other attacking options with that Apex Dragon attack. Well, Pablo, I'm ready. I think our players are ready. I hope our audience is ready. Let's get into this top 4 match.
We're going to see handshake perhaps. There we go. Yep. The fist bump, and we're gonna get this top 4 match ready to go. Chip, Raz does end up going first. I wonder whose choice that was.
And it will be an Ultra Ball played immediately. Discarding that, canceling Cologne and a Professor's Research. This will allow Raz to search the deck for any one Pokemon and add it directly to the hand. Raz has started his Regidrago V, which is normally a pretty good option, but in this situation, he's got to be feeling a little scared of what Shinosuke could pull off on turn 1.
Yep, it is susceptible to that Roaring Moon EX aggression. Now, talked a lot about Petra on TX. That card is really good, but it's only going to be good in the late game. It does require your opponent to have taken a few prizes before you can actually start taking some big knockouts. But Roaring Moon EX can take down anything.
Over on Shinosuke's side, the start of Radiant Greninja is honestly pretty strong. You have the option to leave a single prize Pokemon in your active spot if you don't have a great setup. And you're probably going to have a great setup because Radiant Greninja's concealed cards is an excellent way to activate all of your possibilities.
And with subjugating chains from Petra on TX, you're bound to have that easy retreat. You don't have to worry about having the right Pokemon as long as you have that. All your attackers are dark type as well. So things looking a little dicey for us in this beginning. This Squawk ability, Squawk and Seize, should be pretty big as it could lead into how this game plays out. Can Raz find a backup Regidrago? Can he establish some energies in play that on the Teal Mask Ogre pawns to respond quickly and easily to any Roaring Moon EXs that come out? And can Shinosuke piece out a 1KO? So many things can happen with these two very aggressive decks.
Squawkabilly EX has become one of the premier support Pokemon in our Pokemon trading card game format at the moment. It's only got 160 HP. It does not have the strongest of attacks, but Squawk and Seize, while it can only be used on your first turn, it allows you to discard your hand and draw 6 brand new cards, which we will see Raz utilize immediately, throwing away a couple of supporter cards that could certainly be awkward. It is mitigated by the draw of a Professor's Research here, and there's a few Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. But there is something missing from this hand, Pablo. I don't see any energy cards, and I don't even see an Earthen Vessel.
No Earthen Vessel, no way to switch out, no way to promote a single price Pokemon to try to offset the 2/2 price
Que
trade-up.
mesona do caralho que ele já armou, viado. Mas botou coisa pra uma porra na mesa. E aí, Rots? Boa noite. Boa madruga.
Thinking about what else to do, is actually going to play extremely carefully here, respecting the potential of the turn 1 KO on Shinosuke's side.
Ah, mas é pra nós, né? Lá é no Havaí, pô. Lá tá tarde, mas não tanto.
Already a Squawkabilly. I don't see any darkness energy, but there are a ton of darkness type Pokemon already.
Interesting to note, Shinosuke does play 2 copies of Squawkabilly. He really relies on that Squawk and Seize.
É, o Mundial desse ano do Pokémon é em Honolulu, né? E desse ano é lá.
It's all about that Squawk and Seize, and it is a liability, right, if that's in play, but he's really valuing having access to that, and with 2 of those being in his deck, the chances of them being priced are much lower. We've definitely seen a lot of players get slowed down because their Squawk ability was hiding in their prize cards.
Yeah, Shinosuke, extremely high value on the consistency when it comes to deck building. You know, you may see some players choose to play something like Hisuian Heavy Ball as opposed to the second copy of Squawkabilly EX. Shinosuke recognizes, you know, hey, I may be able to Hisuian Heavy Ball for a Squawkabilly if it's prized, but that means I have to find Hisuian Heavy Ball. Instead of that, I'm just going to play the double Squawkabilly. I can always guarantee that's a pretty good odds I'll be able to find it.
You see a lot of basic Pokemon hitting the field. Pokestop also in play. Even one Roaring Moon getting discarded and not playing Judge, recognizing that Raz has discarded 3 supporters already, has a low card hand. Perhaps he doesn't have a good follow-up.
Pior que no TCG de Pokémon é bem disputado. Não lembro que ano que foi brasileiro que ganhou. Eu sei que na categoria Mirim ganhou brasileiro, só não lembro que ano foi. Pokémon é bem disputado. Não é que nem a maioria dos esportes aí, ou de competitivo, que os japinha que ganha. Ah, praia, os caralho, né? É temático mesmo. Sei lá. Acho que depois de um tempinho, se olha a praia, tu já tá enjoado, pô. Não é como se quisesse ficar lá o dia inteiro na porra da praia, né?
Darkness energy into a discard pile, probably a dark patch. That might be the missing piece here.
So we do see the Earthen Vessel, and then the find from those trekking shoes was an Ultra Ball. This can guarantee 2 energy cards in the discard pile, at least potentially 3, if he wants to make sure that Dark Patch is active and also get full value from the Professor Sada's Vitality. Shinosuke shuffling after the grab of the pair of energy cards. Maybe going for concealed cards before the Ultra Ball used
Ah, não,
to
isso
that
é
were
lugar
more
de
likely
turismo pra você ir lá visitar, deve ser do caralho.
discarding this Darkness Energy.
Você já aproveita que você vai jogar mesmo Mundial, já no tempo livre tu passa lá, né, pô? Tu faz um turismo lá, né?
Manipulate energy a little bit better, sometimes some water energy, but
Isso
in
aí,
this
sem
case,
dúvidas.
Inosuke keeping it simple, keeping it straightforward, no energy switches and straightforward Professor Sada reliance, dark patches into those roaring moons. One big card missing here, I think the dark patch, I'm not sure I catch it in his hand.
And Inosuke has an interesting choice here. Does he accelerate an energy to each of these Roaring Moon EX? And looks like that will be the choice. This could open up the opportunity for him to whiff if he does not draw another Darkness Energy and a way to get the one in his hand into the discard pile. And I don't think he quite has everything just yet.
Oh.
He has the Dark Patch, he has the Darkness Energy, but yeah, if he had not attached both energy with Sada, he would have gotten the knockout here.
Does he have the dark patch chip?
Yes, it's a gold dark patch in his hand.
Oh, it's gold. Okay, that's probably... Oh, yeah, you're right. I could not recognize that. I was looking for the regular one. You're right. If he had not attached, then he would have been able to pull it off.
Wow, what a huge opening here for Raz. And you can see Inosuke was not sure what to do. Debated attaching that second energy card. Decided to play a little bit of the risk. Knew there was a decent shot. He drew an energy card, and he was unable to do it.
Yeah, and even an energy card or an earthen vessel, which he plays 4 copies of as well. So big whiff on the opening that he had, and now it's on Raz to start the aggression, get this prize trade going. And I mean, he also needs to overcome the issue of there being a Radiant Greninja in the active spot, right? Taking 1 prize card, probably not good enough at this point. It's gotta be 2, and therefore you need to boss or prime catcher, which you only play 1 of, but he's still missing the V-Star, the energy switches, still a little bit of ways to go for Raz to get an attack off here.
Yeah, Raz does need quite a bit, needs to find that prime catcher. Nestball able to grab Mew EX from the deck. Of course, Nestball allowing you to search your deck for any basic Pokemon and place it directly onto the bench. If Raz is able to thin the hand down, he'll be able to use this restart ability in order to draw cards up until he has 3 in the hand. A nice way to get a few extra cards drawn here and there. It's actually going to be Raz utilizing Inosuke's Pokestop, and for a pretty decent value, as he is able to find an Ultra Ball and superior energy retrieval and minimal loss here, and honestly a good discard from that Hisuian Gudra V-Star hitting the discard pile.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing a Gudra KO on the Squawk ability on the bench. No energies in the discard pile right now, so the superior energy retrieval not super useful at this point in time, but already has the Rage Drago V-Star. Can get a Dragapult TX here off of this Ultra Ball. Maybe a second Rage Drago V-Star. I thought there was a research in hand, but I guess oh, he just discarded. All right, so
I think
being a little bit more
used it
conservative.
even. I think he like kicked off the turn by using it, no?
No, he discarded 2 in the beginning, and then he chose to discard the one he had in his hand with the Ultra. So gonna play a more conservative Iono, who does recognize that there's a lot of cards in Inosuke's hand at this point in time, so wants to try to limit the options.
We do see that Regidrago V-Star being pulled from the deck, evolving the active Regidrago V. Legacy Star is going to be an option at some point this turn if Raz needs it to pull off a really powerful play.
Legacy Star is so key, right? I mean, I think when it came out, you wouldn't compare it to Lugia V-Star's ability, but at this point in time, you have to recognize how powerful it is, thanks to the other cards that have been released to help sustain the deck.
It seems like Regidrago was one of those decks that just got a little bit of help from almost every set that came out, you know. More Dragon-type Pokemon being released, more Earthen Vessels coming out, and it was eventually Teal Mask Ogerpon EX being the thing to send it over the edge alongside Dragapult EX. It was just a pass from Raz after evolving both Regidrago V-Star, choosing not to utilize Legacy Star, and now the ball is back in Inosuke's court. See what he's able to achieve. Wants to check the discard pile, see what resources Raz has already utilized. What do you think about Raz's decision there, not using Legacy Star, not digging further for an attack?
I mean, there must be a reason for this. He must be planning to take like multiple KOs at once. Maybe wasn't feeling confident on his chances of attacking, maybe trying to rely on disruption a little bit to be able to win through that. I mean, I am a little bit puzzled, to be honest, but I'm sure Raz has calculated this and has factored this into his decision-making in order to beat this matchup. They had a lot of time to think about what to do against each other, right?
And look at this from Sanosuke. Multiple Pokemon catcher in the hand. That is because Sanosuke is playing 4 copies of the card. We do see the first flip being utilized, and it is a heads, bringing Teal Mask Ogerpon EX from the bench up into the active spot. This is much easier of a Pokemon for Sanosuke to knock out this turn. Professor Sada's Vitality will bring 2 Darkness Energy from the discard pile, attach them to each of those ancient Pokemon on the bench, and draw 3 additional cards. Sanosuke continuing to dig through the deck with a Trekking Shoes, looking at this top card, debating if it is worth holding on to or is it better put in the discard pile. Having a good think about it, it is a Dark Patch. That's a pretty strong card.
Very strong card, very useful throughout the whole game. It's how you get to power up the right Pokemon at the right time. Now, this Pokemon catcher is really big because this allows Sanosuke to get out 1 KO through Calamity Storm without the self-damage from Frenzied Gouging, and that means there cannot be a 4-prize retaliation through the use of Phantom Dive in a future turn. And I'm pretty sure we lose the resource of the Pokestop. We do get poisoned in the active off of that subjugating chains. So a little bit of damage, but it's way less than Frenzied Gouging.
Yes, not too bad. A very worthwhile trade-off as well. Using that subjugating chains does poison this Roaring Moon. Only 1 single damage counter placed for it, and a 2-prize KO is awarded. Sanosuke jumping ahead here in this first game. Raz will be immediately responding to kick off the turn with an Iono, forcing both players to shuffle their hands, placing them on the bottom of the deck. They will draw a number of cards equal to their prize cards remaining. Raz here getting 6 cards, and how about 4 energy from that draw?
That is crazy. When you already have 3 energy in your prize cards, then you draw 4 in a row with 1 in play as well. Now, off the Teal Dance, a very crucial Ultra Ball will allow him to potentially get that Dragon Ball DX in the discard pile, but will likely require, unless Restart draws him an energy switch, to utilize the Legacy V-Star to get something going. But this does seem like something that Raz was planning. Go behind, get a powerful Iono going. There's no Fizandipity X in play to help Sanosuke sustain his hand at this point in time. And maybe you don't get a KO, but you Phantom Dive plus the poison, then all of a sudden that Roaring Moon is 10 HP away from getting KO'd, regardless of which attack it uses. If Sanosuke uses the other Roaring Moon as well, it could be, I don't know, it could lead to no threats available for Sanosuke at some point.
Teal Dance accelerating a Grass Energy from the hand to that benched Ogerpon EX. Getting an extra energy card in play, 1 additional card able to be drawn. Raz Wolpe now just an energy switch away from pulling off his first Apex Dragon of the game. Has not been able to find it as of yet. And it may be time to flip that V-Star marker. It may be time for Legacy Star.
There's no energy. Oh, there is 1 energy switch in the discard pile right now. So the attack with Apex Dragon is guaranteed at this point. And I think this will finally reveal what Raz is planning. Big V-Star here. 1 card likely going to be the energy switch. I wonder what the other card will be, Chip.
We do see the 7 being discarded, having to think now about what the other card will be. I agree. Of course, 1 does certainly need to be the energy switch. The other choice is certainly up in there. It could depend on the strength of Raz's hand, perhaps a supporter card. Perhaps he will value getting back more recovery as far as energy cards go. It does look like superior energy retrieval is being considered. It also could be another energy switch to move those energy cards around to prepare for the next attacker.
Very important when there's the threatening Frenzied Gouging, right? Like, it's pretty much almost guaranteed that Sanosuke will take another 2 prizes no matter what. So it's very important for Raz to make this decision very crucial. We do see the energy switch transferring the energy to the other Regidrago. I couldn't tell what the other card was. I think it was superior energy retrieval, probably expecting to retaliate with Ogerpon, maybe giving up on the possibility to attack with Regidrago. And I think the game plan might be try to make Sanosuke miss off of Iono. I think that's what we're playing towards.
Look at this game plan. It's going to be a Trifrost.
All right.
Perhaps taking a page out of Isaiah Bradner's book. We saw this play from Isaiah earlier on. Raz was able to defeat Isaiah in their top 8 match. And Raz is effectively putting Sanosuke on a clock. You've got to win, you've got to respond, you've got to disrupt me and do something, or else I am going to win next turn.
Now, pulling that off without your V-Star will be a little problematic, right? Raz didn't lose anything too significant off of the Legacy Star that would prevent this play, but now you can't reuse those energy switches. Now you need to find exactly what you need, which Superior Energy Tree will definitely help. That means Raz needs to find 2 energy switches.
Here comes a Pokemon catcher. Choosing what to bring up could be key here. It is a heads flip. Now, what do you take out? Do you get rid of that energy card and play on the Ogre Pond? It looks like that will be the case. That seems like the safest bet. Force Raz to have as much as possible.
Agreed. Force Raz to... You're asking your opponent the question, right? Do you have the Superior Energy Troll, which I guess he does have that piece of information. Then can you find the 2 energy switches? But you also need another Ogre Pond, right? That's pretty key. You need another Ogre Pond to get that energy into play and then transfer it. Can Raz pull that off with a 4-card hand? It's gonna be a tough.
Now, an interesting thing here is Sanosuke does not have a stadium card in play at the moment, so Calamity Storm would not be knocking out this Teal Mask Ogre Pond EX. He would need to use the Frenzy Gouging, which would put a lot of damage counters on his Roaring Moon EX.
Now, choosing to Nestball for a backup Roaring Moon instead of that Pheasantipity EX, maybe that's already in the hand to find a few extra resources. Maybe he's confident he can pull this off with what he has right now. We're going to see the retreat. Poison gets removed. We're going to see the next Roaring Moon get promoted. What does he have in store for us from this hand?
Looks like
another
it will
Sada.
be that Professor Sada's Vitality, attaching energy cards to both of these Roaring Moon EX. So effectively here, Sanosuke is just saying, I hope you don't have it. Wasn't able to find something like a Judge to disrupt Raz, which we know Sanosuke is playing 2 copies of. I believe 1 hit the discard pile, 1 was prized, but he did take it off of the prize cards. I think the thing Sanosuke is looking for here is a stadium card. Was he able to find one, or is it going to have to be Frenzied Gouging?
I think it will be the Frenzied Gouging. 200 self-damage onto Roaring Moon EX in exchange for a clean knockout on that Teal Mask Ogre Pond EX. Sanosuke, 1 attack away from winning this game, but Raz also 1 attack away from winning this game. Can he find the 2 energy switches left in his deck? There aren't any in the prize cards. There are 3 energies still there, but he does have the Superior Energy Retrieval. So the energy part of this situation is covered. It's how do you find those 2 energy switches? There aren't that many cards in his deck.
Not too many cards, not too many cards. There is the Earthen Vessel discarding a boss's orders. I see 1 energy switch.
Yeah, 2, the very bottom, almost. Yeah, they're 2
of
gold.
Them, those gold energy switch from our favorite expansion, Roaring Skies.
Yep. There's 8 cards left, I think, in the deck.
Does he have a research available?
I know 3 are gone. I couldn't tell if the last one is in the hand. I feel like if it were, we would already be seeing it get played.
It doesn't look like it. It could come down to Raz drawing into a supporter card here. He also does need to utilize the Superior more than likely. That's another piece of this puzzle.
There's no Pheasantipity X in this list. There's no Pheasantipity X to support the situation. So Raz might need to draw both energy switches off of Restart. Mew EX will need to be the hero for Raz here.
It will come down to this restart more than likely. This is going to be extremely close. Raz needs to win this turn, needs to pull everything off in order to get this knockout. Otherwise, Sanosuke will more than likely win the game on the next turn. It's not guaranteed. Sanosuke having energy cards on 2 Roaring Moon on the bench. Split a little too thin here, potentially.
Right. I think there's exactly 7 cards, 7 or 8. I couldn't tell. I think we're going to see the Teal Dance first. Oh, wait, there's only 1 Teal Mask. So it's actually impossible to pull off at this point.
It's not possible to pull off. Attach the turn, send up the Cleffa, and Grasping Draw. Looks like a restart to be used first.
Yeah.
Got to make sure that you don't draw your whole deck here, Raz. 3 cards in the hand. Looks like there is more than 4 in the deck. Grasping Draw, cross the fingers. Seinosuke, it may come down to Pokemon Catcher. It may come down to Prime Catcher. Does Seinosuke have the pieces to pull together the knockout? Now, an interesting thing here as well, Seinosuke needs to find that Gust card, can knock out the Mew EX on the bench with the Calamity Storm, does not necessarily have to use the Frenzy Gouging.
Does have Prime Catcher available as well. Can he reach that card? That is the question. As one Prime Catcher, one Pokemon Catcher, one Boss's Orders as well. So Radiant Greninja could be an option.
Yeah, I think it was 2 Pokemon Catcher for what it's worth. So that's an additional out as well. 4 cards to find. 2 of them yield a 50-50. 2 of them win you the game on the spot.
2 energies being thinned out as well. This is coming down to the wire. You have to assume after that grasping draw, Raz will have the combo right now. He only even needs 1 energy switch instead of 2. So Seinosuke has to win this turn. Otherwise, Raz will likely walk away the winner of this match.
It's going to be very close, and it could come down
Huge
to this
Greninja.
concealed cards. 2 cards to be drawn. 1, 2, it's a Pokemon Catcher. This is a massive flip. Tons of money on the line here for game number 1. And it's a heads. Is going to choose to bring up the Regidrago V-Star and actually just go for the Frenzy Gouging. It does indeed work, even though the knockout happens on the Roaring Moon EX. Seinosuke getting the win in game number 1.
Was that 3-for-3 head flips on Pokemon Catcher?
It was indeed 3-for-3 flips on the Pokemon Catcher. That's how you get to top 4 of the Pokemon World Championships with 4 Pokemon Catcher in your deck.
I mean, we've talked about how if you run 50-50 with the Pokemon Catchers, you're likely in a good situation. Or the Crushing Hammers, right? These powerful effects are done with a coin flip for a reason, right? They're so big. Can you imagine, Chip? There was a time when Pokemon Catcher was not a coin flip. Those were wild times. But now, Pokemon Catcher almost felt like it wasn't a coin flip for Seinosuke. He's able to pull it off, and pretty amazing. Let's recap what happened in this first game, which was very exciting. Seinosuke getting the first knockout with the Pokestop, with that Calamity Storm, getting those first 2 prizes, and Raz responding in very surprising fashion, utilizing Kyurem's Trifrost attack to set up a win next turn, a 6th prize win, and getting so close.
Getting so close indeed. Raz went for the play Isaiah Bradner has seemingly patented. It just was not quite there, did not quite have the resources due to using Legacy Star earlier in the turn. And the game very well could have come down to this flip right here. Pokemon Catcher hits the heads, brings up any of those 2 prize Pokemon. Seinosuke with the win.
That was a immense coin flip. That, I mean, I feel like we're seeing Confusion flips, Pokemon Catcher flips, Crushing Hammer flips as well, end up deciding games. And even though some players dislike it, these keeps things very exciting, especially for us, Chip. Yeah, I'm not the one on the receiving end on the Pokemon Catcher or relying on it, so I'm happy to see the excitement happen.
How about all these flips that we've had recently deciding super high stakes games? This one right here, of course, you got to cast that Masters Finals match at NAIC with that $10,000 Confusion flip.
Yep. I mean, it was only game 1, but you don't get to see that often. I've been playing for 20 years. I don't think I've had such a high stakes coin flip as the one we just saw or as the one we saw that day at NAIC.
Well, our players are already underway here in this game number 2. Raz Wolpe once again prizing 3 grass energy. He'll realize that super quickly from this Earthen Vessel that he has played, allowing him to discard that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. It could have been any card, but it does turn out Hisuian Gudra V-Star is a pretty one to get down. And now he'll be able to search the deck for any 2 energy cards, basic energies that is, and add them to the hand.
Now, interestingly enough, Raz, now having lost game 1, did choose to go first. So it seems like his major game plan is going to be that win over the course of 2 turns, trying to avoid the 2-2-2 as he knows he's up against a more aggressive deck and he can't challenge that. So it seems like it's going to be the Trifrost plan again. However, I do have to ask, like, with the weakness advantage of Steel Mask Ogerpon, if things are flipped, if Seinosuke goes first and Raz is able to get 2 Ogre Punts down, 3 energies, and 1 energy switch, you can take down a Roaring Moon through weakness and initiate that 2-2-2. But maybe that's a little bit too much to ask for. Pulling that off without Pokemon catchers, without with your 1 copy of Grand Catcher, maybe it's a little too difficult.
And I do think that plan does get ruined by the fact that Sanosuke is playing that 1 copy of Roaring Moon.
Right.
That basic Roaring Moon that's not the EX Pokemon. It's extremely easy to get it into the active spot as well, thanks to the Petulance subjugating chains. So I think that's why Raz has decided to go this route. Now, it is something we talked about in the pre-match, right? The fact that Teal Mask Ogerpon could be an attacker. We didn't really see Raz even consider it seemed like, in game number 1. Do you think it's something he should maybe try to pivot to here in game number 2 at all?
I mean, if he had considered it, I do believe he would have chosen to go second, right? There are a lot of Pokemon that Sanosuke can promote that are not grass weak. Maybe he's not confident on pulling that off through Squawk and finding a boss's orders. It's not as an aggressive deck as Sanosuke's deck is in the very first turn, so trying to just go for the double Triforce, and if you get to go first, you're more likely to be able to set up that first Regidrago V-Star without using the Legacy Star. I think that's the biggest key here.
And what a turn 1 find here for Raz. It is that Cleffa, the Grasping Draw, a great option, but more importantly, perhaps, a 1 prize Pokemon that he can send into the active spot, and very easily something he can retreat into after the Teal Dance on the active Ogerpon EX.
If your opponent cannot go or take a 2 prize knockout in the very first turn of the game, then that gives Raz an extra turn to pull off the double Trifrost possibility. Now, Sanosuke must have seen that play before, and to the best of his ability, he might try to limit his bench in order to prevent that option from opening up for Raz. But this deck does rely a lot on Squawk, does rely a lot on Roaring Moon EXs, of course, and Petulance. So if you don't have a solid backup bench, then you could be left susceptible to a simple Iono wrecking you.
Pretty good draw from the first couple of trekking shoes for Sanosuke. Was able to find a Dark Patch off of the first one, able to grab into that. Actually, excuse me, I do believe it was a Pokestop, a pretty powerful card in the early turns of this game. And the problem as well with this plan from Raz is that it is completely nullified by a Pokemon Catcher. If Sanosuke can find Pokemon Catcher, or of course that 1-of copy of Prime Catcher, we could still see the combo turn out. And oh my goodness, look at these prize cards, Pablo. 3 Pokemon Catcher.
3 Pokemon Catcher. All the ones that were used last turn, last game, Raz was like, no, I don't want you to have them anymore. I'm just going to cut your deck, leave them in the prize cards.
Wow.
Please don't use them against me.
Wow, so that is a pretty tough beat there for Sanosuke. Would have a decent shot to draw into them with the 4 available in the deck, so has a pretty good shot in order to get ahead, you know, especially the way he was flipping in game number 1. Now it's going to come down to 1 Pokemon Catcher, 1 Prime Catcher, and can he draw those cards as well?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, right? You do have Squawk, of course, you have Pokestop, you have those tracking shoes, but you also need to get a Roaring Moon on the bench, right? You cannot Dark Patch to the bench, and in order to pull this off, you will need a Dark Patch and Professor Sada. So big Squawkancies coming here. This could be a breather for Raz if Sanosuke doesn't have a powerful turn.
There's Petulance EX being placed onto the bench, and Prime Catcher's already found in this opening hand. That is pretty good. Use it right now. Bring up this Regidrago and a Darkness Energy. Is there a Dark Patch too? There is. Now the only thing Sanosuke is missing in order to get this turn 1 knockout is a Professor Sada's Vitality or another Dark Patch.
Yeah, wow. And with that Pokestop, you have even more.
And there's the Dark Patch.
It is. Wow. And the Sada too.
He's got everything. It is a good day to be Sanosuke Shiokawa using this Pokestop, discarding the top 3 cards. How about 3 item cards to be drawn?
Oh my gosh. There's nothing stopping this Roaring Moon EX deck. The underdog, I want to say, in this top 8, the unexpected deck. I mean, working like this, I'm not surprised it's gotten all the way to the top.
I mean, this is working like a well-oiled machine, firing on all cylinders. Sanosuke may have missed a little bit in game number 1, but he is not missing in game number 2, and this is going to be a pretty steep hill for Raz Volpe to attempt to climb out of. Ultra Ball from Sanosuke, discarding another Ultra Ball and a Darkness Energy. This will mean he's able to get full value from the Professor Sada's Vitality in the hand, attaching a Darkness Energy from the discard pile to 2 ancient Pokemon in play. Of course, the pair of Roaring Moon EX on the bench being the recipients of the incoming supporter card. And then 3 cards will be drawn additionally after that. The turn is still not over.
Could this be any more perfect, Chip? I don't think you could handpick any better cards. We also find the Greninja.
Oh
We're going to see more. We're going to discard the other Squawk.
Oh my
Then even more energies. This is crazy. Even the luxury of not needing to potentially play the Earthen Vessel does decide to do it, but what an amazing start for Sanosuke here. I am without words. Wow.
Wow, what a setup, what a start. And this will take Raz's Regidrago out of play. It'll take a Fire Energy out of play. Raz actually only playing 2 copies of the Fire Energy.